Hello there, what we doing today? Oh look, support for Evan, how could this be? Never mind that, your content is awesome, keep it up.
Oh no. Wait. The fuck? The computer, help. Help. Help, computer. Alright, we're good. We're good. Hey, what's up, guys? Good to see you. Hello, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Yep. Man, I don't know what the fuck that was, but my Spotify just sort of wigged out. So I think we're good, though. What's up, Alf? What's going on, Penguin? What's going on, Senix? Dude, holy shit, thank you for the 24 months. What's up, Garthen? What's going on, guys? Good to see y'all. Y'all's Atari. My friends, good morning. It's Friday. Am I even live? Is my computer working? I think it is. Alright. Alright, hold up. We good? Alright, we're good, I think. Spotify thought it was a Monday, not a Friday. Apparently, yeah. That was weird. It prompted me to see if I wanted to delete my playlist. I don't know why. I think it's okay. Oh god, the scuff this week. I can't, man. Anyway, it's Friday, which means that I played D&D last night. So that's cool. We didn't TPK, unfortunately. I know that's gonna let a lot of people down, you know. I know you guys were looking forward to my TPK story, but unfortunately I survived another day. So yep, we did not lose the game yet. We had a no combat session, in fact, yesterday. I don't know how you guys feel about no combat sessions, or how often maybe do you have a no combat session in your game, and you think that that's like a good number? One every 3, 5, I don't know, depending on the D&D player you ask. A no combat session might be a failure on the DM's part, and you know what? True. Real and true. We didn't even shop, actually. We just planned, if you can believe that. You didn't TPK? I know, right? I did get a new sword, though. So I may have the beginnings of a romantic entanglement with a blade. So, yeah, that's, look, it might be an evil sword. I will say that. It may or may not be an evil sword. I can fix her. All right. This is an important part of the character arc. Ella, 61 months. That means I've been streaming for what, 60 months? Is that it? 60 months? Is that 5 years? Is that a whole thing? God damn, bro. Which reminder, by the way, the 5-year anniversary stream will be next Friday, including a keynote. That's right. Just like vintage EBA streams, there will be a keynote in addition to a couple of announcements. I'm really excited for that. So we're gonna see how that goes. We're gonna hopefully get everything ready in time. All of us, everyone involved, which is basically just me at this point in time. But I'm gonna promise that I try. Because god damn it, we got stuff to do. We love romances with evil swords. I know, right? It's okay. It's complicated. Fox, we met up with maybe a necromancer who might have been trying to summon the demon prince, who might have been using an evil sword as a focus. Now, when we rescued the sword told me that it was not evil. And my class is Avenger, so it wouldn't lie to me, right? Right? I feel weird if I run a no combat session if I'm not running a mystery or a heist. Ooh. So just intense RP is what you're saying. This may be just me, but as a player, I prefer non-combat sessions. I don't really care too much for D&D combat. Is there an RPG combat you do like, Alf? How do you feel about it? Do you prefer, like, I don't know, more tactical? Tactics Ogre? Let Us Clean Together? Is that the game you prefer? Or do you just like the RP side of D&D? That's it. Baldur's Gate 3 was the worst game you've ever played because you couldn't just romance Shadowheart the entire time. You had to also fight things. Damn, I didn't realize Alf hated Baldur's Gate 3. Holy shit, dude. We can do, guys. We can put a keynote together. Yeah, look, hey, we're gonna do this as a team. We got the orb, Orbathon orbed, and damn it, we're gonna get the keynote addressed. But I have to think about what other announcements I want to like tease right now for this point in time in the year, because there's a lot of stuff that I feel like I can talk about soon-ish over the next, like, I don't know, what, 6-8 months or whatever. So maybe there'd be some other cool big announcements there, but I'm not quite sure yet. We haven't nailed down all the details. By we, I mean the collective us, everyone involved, which is more than just me. All right. Obviously, the sword said that it's not true. Obviously, the sword said it's not evil. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, okay. I think that I should trust the sword. The sword said that it would help me achieve my ambitions, and that it would guide me to greatness, and that's all it craved was greatness. So I think it was just misused by the last, wielder, the evil risen king, Jarek. Forget the name. Fuck. I'm bad at notes apparently. Perfectly the RP side, but I will say the Baldur's Gate 3 combat is fun, probably because of good encounter design, but also because of terrain, sadly, that's hard to execute over the table. That is, right? Now, I wonder what you could, like, because we were talking about this yesterday, right? What we could do for D&D maps and terrain to make the game more interesting. Like, I kind of feel like there's, like, a dynamic kind of Battletech style solution for it, for making D&D combat more interesting, but I wouldn't know exactly where to start with it, Like, would you try designing class mechanics or classes, like combat mechanics, or class mechanics around there being like different terrain and stuff, right? Have your kind of like ranged maneuverable characters that can waddle around combat and do their thing, or just have like every character have to kind of interact with a more difficult or complex. That's the wrong layer. More difficult or complex battle like scenario or whatever. And I don't know what the right play is, but I feel like Wizards is going to address it at some point in time here, because I think that you have a very common sentiment for D&D right now, Alf. I think that a lot of people are very meh about combat, and I wish that it wasn't the case. I wish that we had more enthusiasm around the idea of going into fights, that there was some way to make it more cinematic or more descriptive or more RP focused. Oh my god, there we go. But I don't really know what the solution is. I know there's probably a solution in there that looks something like verticality and maybe cover and things like that, but I wouldn't really know where to start if I was WotC. What's up, Cookito? Good to see ya. How you doing? What is up? Yeah, I mean maybe. What game has good TTRPG combat is maybe the question, because I was thinking about this last night a little bit. When we were chatting about it during the stream, what's like a module that you could make or an additional sort of rule set that you could design to air quotes save D&D combat? Because I think it does need saving. Realistically, I do think it needs saving. I think more and more people are like kind of checking out of the idea of D&D combat and like really not interested in the whole, I don't know, battle maneuvers and tactical staring at your computer battle screen for 20 minutes during a combat session. It's just not what a lot of people want out of their D&D game, and I kind of feel that. I'm empathetic to it. I don't disagree, even though I wouldn't like necessarily throw a lot of shade at Wizards' current combat system. I definitely do think that the DMs aren't using it correctly, and that's also then Wizards' fault. So, the biggest issue I have is that I put a map with elevations, etc., in front of my party. The issue is that after the first 2 to 3 turns, there's no movement on the map because the attack of opportunity is a thing and it restricts movement so much. And this is kind of the crux of what we were talking about, is that attack of opportunity as a system was kind of designed to help prevent squishy characters from being overwhelmed, I guess. But this is also an issue of a system that has everything built into it, into all classes. So you are a tank, you're a DPS, you can heal, you can sustain. There's no sort of like trinity, and I think that the MMO trinity of tank, healer, DPS, I think that's really something that Wizards should maybe try and explore. Because definitely, in games that we've seen have more successful and interesting combat, tactical games, RPGs, whatever, I think the Trinity is more of a staple, maybe, As a player, how can you make D&D combat more fun? Well, that's the thing, Mo. I think as a player, you'd have to choose between being suboptimal. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to make combat more fun. To choose the cool thing and the cool action and not the optimal action. Sometimes it doesn't pay to just like constantly jam spells into one character or one creature. I try and do that with my current game to make combat a little more interesting, like jump around the map and stuff like that. But again, the attack of opportunity restrictions, and there's no shifting in D&D 5th Ed like there is in 4th Ed, you know? I think an additional, either an additional system is required to be added into 5th Ed, or a new edition might be the problem. Good TTRPG combat depends on who you are and what you enjoy. Tactical combat games like D&D are focused around combat, have minis, track positioning, etc. Other games use range bands, so you're either near or far from enemies and don't have to hit rolls, always hit mechanics. But do you think that then there's like D&D kind of doesn't do tactical combat anymore, Cobalt, in my opinion, the way it used to. So it's almost like they can't really decide what camp they want to be in. And there's just like not like, it's like what, you're either going to be super like RP style combat with range bands, or you have to go way further into tactical for it to be fun. You know what I mean? A question about your character design, you use some references or is it out of your head? For character design, it kind of depends on the character, I guess, and the project. For a character like this, it's just all out of my head. For the most part, I can't think of anything that I use reference for. Maybe like one of the belt buckles. I think I used reference for one of her belt buckles, but that was about it. I think, yeah. A lot of it is just like with concept art, like being a concept artist. I think you spend a lot of time developing like a visual library, as it were, of ideas by like practicing and referencing and things like that, to the point where you can kind of create stuff out of thin air and be very comfortable in that kind of, you know, concept art atmosphere. So yeah, it really depends on the character. I think the more studies you do outside of your actual individual piece, the less you can do, or the less you need to do, maybe as far as like referencing in a specific piece. But a more important piece that has like a lot more detail and a lot more like kind of weight behind it, I will spend a lot more time doing concept art sort of passes. I don't know what the right word is. Not quite a pass. It's more of like a development phase, I suppose. You know, because I could develop a character for probably 35 hours. But for a character like this, I'd probably spend about 2 hours developing them. And then part of that is like trying to get the best concept I can in the, you know, like least obscene amount of time. Because of course clients don't want to pay for you to spend, you know, 3 days doing concept art. How about a wizard? Yeah, I mean, I think wizard spellcasting is a lot more interesting for combat. I think you could do a lot more interesting shit. You like wizards have like spellcasters, I think, have more opportunity to take the less optimal route when it comes to combat. You know, the easiest way to make D&D combat faster is for faster players. That is unfortunately very true. I think that's yep. No, you're right about that. D&D is it's a game of it's a game of snappiness when it comes to combat, right? If you have players that kind of lag or don't really know what's going on, that's kind of an issue. Definitely, like the worst thing about combat is players not paying attention. That's yep. That I could agree with that. It's probably right. You won't find any friction from me on that, Atari. Well, that's good, Cal. My opinion, D&D is a weird middle ground of tactical and non-tactical, where it sucks either go full tactical or full non-tactical, so that I, as a DM, know what to shoot for. But at this point, making maps with different elevations and destructible environments is so annoying when you know it's going to lead or end in a 5x5 area of the map where nobody moves. Well, you know, Alf, I think there is something you can do about it as well on the DM side of things. Sometimes it's cool to create like you know, I think if you're sticking to rules as written, then you're kind of, yeah, like what do, you know? But honestly, I think that there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with changing the way that like bosses and abilities and things like that work. So you know, an example is like a bomb that's going to detonate in an area. So you can have like the goblin have as a bonus action, they can drop a bomb and then disengage. So they like fly up and this like mechanical wing just pops out and they shoot backwards with some black powder explosion. And when your player's like, oh, but I get an attack of opportunity, you're like, you don't. It's crazy, you know? And they're like, why not? I'm like, he's just too fast, you know? You can do stuff like that. And then you have the goblin move and the bomb area. Everyone needs to move then out of it. I think that, like, honestly, the most successful combat that I run in D&D to like get around this problem is stuff inspired by MMOs. So if you ever played Final Fantasy 14 or World of Warcraft, there's like take any boss and pick 2 boss mechanics from any good boss in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. And like bringing those 2 things into D&D combat, I think does a lot and does wonders for it. But of course, WotC can't publish those type of things because they have to make it so stupidly obvious for players that, remember, we talked about this yesterday, that WotC would rather have a 0 bug game and they're willing to sacrifice detail and interest at that, you know, for that end. Which is, like, depending on how you see it, is good or bad. I can see why they do it, but I might not agree with it. You know, whatever. What's interesting, though, I think, is the idea of, if you take some of those, like, inspirations and whatnot, you can create some pretty cool encounters based off of like, being able to, like, run it on the fly as well is important. You know, you have to know how, when your players are messing around and muddling with the combat, how you can... ooh, wrong layer. How you can change it to make sure that you're kind of keeping everything balanced and working as intended. At the very least, trying to, you know? Through the art, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Any connection to Through the Blaze? One of my mods is a very similar name. Just make encounters easy, but then play them at like it's Fire Emblem. Yeah, right? Ashy, does Twill have a canonical gender? I'm just curious how romanceable this sword is for me. You know, I'm trying to figure out if there's like an expanded romance dialogue where I can fall madly in love with my sword. You know, I'm just trying to figure out, like, to what end Endrick Avalon is going to be a man of the blade. Hey Mel.
I have a surprise for you in finished work, Evan.
Wait, what?
Got a gonja teeth cleaned, love you all. Bye.
That was the worst TTS that I've read all week. Wait, what is this? Hold on. What's the finished work? Not connected? Okay, that is just funny because one of my mods is named Through the Blaze. So you're most welcome here, though, Through the Art. I'm honored to have you. I was just curious if sometimes a mod of mine will make an alt account or something, and they'll follow it. I'm like, is that? So I just had to check. Where is this? Studies or finished work? Okay. Finished work. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? My very own TTRPG logo for myself as a secret project compelled me to make it. Lavender, a B, and a D4 with 1 and a 4 on it. I'm gonna assume that this is some giant project and say, let's fucking go, dude. That's awesome, Mel. Looks good. Looks cool. Might be a bit hard to expand on, you know, as far as logo design goes. Might be a little bit difficult to use in different applications, but for now, the concept looks great. Baseless accusations are, I will make them, Bizzo, and you know they're true. Yep. Twill's pronouns are victory/glory. All right, that's, you know, good. Then I can, great on the table then, right? You know, can Twill be like canonically voiced in my head by the chick that does all the Ada voices? What the fuck is her name? Japanese voice actress for who's that? Who's the girl from Magic School something? What is it called? Irregulars?
Have you heard the tales of Equus Hemionus Onager? There aren't many. It's a rather boring entry for Friday, to be honest.
1 second, Daria. All right. Yep. Yep, canonically now in my head, Ashy, Twills is voiced by Saudi Hayami. There you go. Thanks a bit, Siduria. Wait, what do we got here? Equus Hermit. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. What is this? Okay. What is the meta entry for today? The meta entry for today is, in fact, the... I thought that a Onager was a unit from Age of Empires 2. And if this is the Age of Empires 2 siege unit meta, I'm gonna rate this like at least a I mean at the highest like a 2. Yeah, if the meta was actually Age of Empires 2 siege units, I'm gonna rate this a 2. I'm sorry, man. That's a really bad siege unit. Yeah, you could have gone with anything else. Like look at that. Look at that, dude. Holy shit. Look at it, man. Look at all that damage, bro. Yeah, well, you tried your best, Duria. Good meta this week, though. Apparently it was horses, then turned quickly to siege weapons from Age of Empires 2, so attaboy, man. Attaboy. You know how sometimes we do something original and accidentally make it already existing thing? Absolutely, Fox, I do. Yep, what did we do today? What did we accidentally make that already happened? Yep. The first time you're in, like, a CS course or whatever, and you realize there's no actual, like, true random numbers, and you have a small little internal crises. Yep, I'm aware. I'm familiar. I'm a veteran of that. Don't get too freaky. You're gonna turn the sword evil. Well, it probably is already evil. I don't know. The wild Chinese donkey, very neat. Not a siege weapon though, Aduria. Not a siege weapon, man. I don't know what you were thinking, bro. Like, come on. I thought this was the siege weapon meta. Oh well. Oh well, man. But, like, about the D&D combat, yeah, shit, that was what I was talking about. I think that maybe there's, like, a decision that we have to make as D&D players as to whether or not we want to move on to a different system, omit combat altogether, or if there's some sort of, like, mid-ground that we can take on it by adding a new system. Something brand new to D&D that can make combat more interesting, that we have the ability to add in that Wizards of the Coast doesn't. So let's just think about that as a mod or an add-on. So how can we mod the game? How can we make an add-on to make it more interesting? To build something into the gameplay that would treat combat with a little bit more respect and, you know, give players and DMs an opportunity to have an actual interesting fight once in a while. Consider equines can deal damage on their own. It's still not a siege unit, dude. That's why I give it a 2. So next week is going to be the petard meta. It'll just be petards of different color clothes. Well, that'd be a great meta, honestly. You'll probably get like solid 9s every day, you know? If I happened to me, I made a rough outline of a video games map on Incarnate just to mark out where I wanted things and where to put mountains and such on coastlines. I accidentally made Middle Earth. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that can happen. I mean, I sympathize. Sometimes you accidentally make the Dark Land of Mordor. And, you know, what do you do at that point? Do you just send it? Do you double down? I don't know if there's a right answer here. Right? That happens with names, Fox. Apparently I'm not original for my names. Every time I try and name something, somebody wants to tell me that there's already something somewhere that sounds exactly like it. So, yeah. There's just no winning. There's no true victory, I think, as far as I'm concerned. You done that with one. Which name was it, Ashy? Which name was it? Accidentally. One does not simply accidentally create Middle Earth. One absolutely accidentally creates Middle Earth. What are you talking about? Dude, if you world build and do enough writing and art, you will accidentally redo things that you didn't even realize you knew about. So it's annoying. Drawing along a VTuber model for a friend of mine. Ooh, is it a live 2D, or are you doing all the like cutting and rigging, or is this just like a concept for you, Dragon? Don't add anything, but take stuff away. There's too many options and too many paragraphs to read because of the damn abilities that everyone keeps creating for their own subclass. So what would you take away then? Because my intuition would be to add like a different sort of like way of maneuvering combat or more complex, I don't know, systems for battle or something along those lines. What would you take away then to make the game more interesting? What's the priority there for you? Because my intuition is to add in another way of fighting and like more detailed sort of like rules you could engage with, as opposed to adding complexity from classes. You know what I mean? I'm curious as to what you'd take away. I think that's like the big problem I've had with 5th Ed is they've taken away too many things, you know? Worst part is I showed it to 3 people and it wasn't until a 3rd person that someone pointed it out to me. Ooh. You got deeper in the process then. Damn, Fox. Damn. That fucking sucks. Hey, you know what's fine? You just a little snip here, a little alteration there, and your map will be just fine. You know? But that's the way the brain works. You'll reference things, you'll just never trust anybody who thinks that, who tells you that you're referencing something. Only ever trust your gut. Because people will try and find patterns in your work, and they'll always try and say shit like, bro just made Harry Potter. Bro just did Gale from Baldur's Gate. Bro's just drawing Saber from Fate. So never let people tell you you're not doing anything original. Only ever trust your gut on it. Because people, as well-intentioned as they are often far too dumb to be allowed to comment on videos. And yet, here we are. So... Apparently you are free of my shenanigans as I cannot cheer bits I have for some reason. You can't cheer bits in the chat? Oh no. Twitch is blocking all bits? Wait, really? Guys, can we just get a quick test? Can someone just cheer a quick 10k bits just so we can see if it works? I just want to make sure my alerts are working. Twitch is working. Yeah. Can we just get like a quick 10k or like 100k maybe? Just make sure that alert works too. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, entities. I don't know why, man. I think it's just you. What's up, Samurai? What's going on, dude? I'm considering I have a whole ass volcanic region, I'm redoing the map. That might be, yeah, realistic. I think 5e relies too heavily on adding complexity via spellcasting. Ooh, that kind of like leads into what Atari said. That's a good point, actually. You know?
I missed the extra zeros.
Oh, God. I guess we don't know if the alert works or not, but thanks, Fox. Thank you for testing Twitch alerts. So there you go, entities. It must just be you. Thanks, Fox. Appreciate it. At the moment, it's just a concept for him since we wanted to change up some things, and I will probably make it into a PNG model first before learning Live 2D and making it a Live 2D model. That's pretty cool, dude. That's ambitious. I am making my first ever Live 2D, and I'm gonna hold auditions for it. That's right. I'm gonna create a new VTuber agency. I'll be like the dual logs, but creatively invested, as opposed to just getting banned in my talents chat. Yep. So I'm gonna create an entire brand, an entire Live 2D, and then I'm gonna hold auditions. Yep, that's the way it's gonna go. It's gonna be a very intense, draining process, but you know what? We'll get there one day. If my VTuber talent can have like creative disagreements with me at some point in time and graduate, and then I can get canceled for not letting her keep the model, that'd be great too. I think that's what you do if you have like an agency, right? That's what we're calling the Guargura now, in case anybody's not familiar with the VTuber terminology. Too soon? I don't care. Random ability X, just do one thing. Don't do these three things contingent upon phases of the moon and the day and the week and the hairstyle of the orc. All spells just do one damn thing. What's an example of a spell that does too much? Because I'm trying to conjure a bit of a vision here of I can't envision a spell that's like annoyingly complicated to deal with. But I know it exists. I just can't think of it right this second. So what are we thinking, Atari? What's like? Do you have an example, or is it just like kind of gut instinct from like running games, which is totally fair too. You know, I don't mean to like put you on the spot and say like and demand you tell me which spells you have in mind that do that. I just can't think of it on my own. But I definitely think you're probably onto something. That's great. I believe in you. Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Laptop sadly doesn't work since some weeks, and it'll be like that until I get cable back. Ooh, that's rough, bro. Well, at least you're using a laptop and making art there, and not, you know, on like a phone or something. Dude, I should make dude, I should entirely make a Monogawa on my phone. Holy shit. Yo, Vixie, are you gonna audition for my VTuber when I create my agency? And suspiciously graduate as Vixie, as no Fox were given, to be Project Amanogawa-chan? Cause like the auditioning process will be intense. And I think I might want to do it as an event where I have all my VTubers auditioning for it and none of you get the part. And it ends up going to me, where I decide that I'm actually the best anime girl out of all of you. So what's up, Floof? Good to see you. So spells that are open-ended allow creativity, in my opinion. Prestidigitation can be one of the most powerful spells. Two uses of prestidigitation can color and flavor a poison to be the exact same as glass of wine. Interesting, yeah. All the illusion spells have a million contingencies. Okay, yep. When you bring up illusion spells, yep, okay, Stop with all that. Any spell is more than 2 or 3 sentences qualifies as too many things. Wait, did Ashley ever say what her naming thing was? No, okay, whatever. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything from my great and mighty DM. Bet? Cool. Cool. Well, I don't want to like have you audition for this like cute anime girl role for Project Amanogawa, Vixie, and then have to give it to Plucci, because somehow Plucci's a better anime girl than you. I'd hate to do that, like just to publicly have that shame rest on your head, but I'm willing to for Kex. Yep. I'm gonna see if I can get Ulner to audition, but like as old Ulner, you know? Like if I get everyone to audition, but with their old scuffed like first models and shit, that would be what I want to do. I'll see if I can ask my friend Ama to audition, but as her original ghost, and not like the blue Oni. Ulner, exactly. And Plucci would annihilate me in a VTuber audition. Actually true though, right? Even if a player knows them, they can rattle them off. As I, the DM, have to figure out which condition applies and what's happening in the battlefield. Right. So if we were to maybe like decide to reduce some of the complexity of spells and increase some of the nuance of combat, can we agree maybe? And I'm not saying that I take this position, but I think we're getting towards this position. Does it seem like attack of opportunities is like one of the main issues with like current D&D combat, or what do we think? Do all your talents have Project as their debut title? No, but that's a great idea, entities. So now they are. So now it's Project Amanogawa. So thank you. Yep. A strong enough wizard could just kidnap people with charm person forever. I mean, we do have some pretty strong spells in 4E as well in our current game. Like Vixie, no Fox Forgiven. She plays a combat controller and basically just does everything in combat. That does everything besides kill things, and then we just pretend like we're actually doing anything on the DPS side of things. So there's a lot of complexity there from individual spell casting, but I think that D&D 5th ed doesn't really have that kind of like role manager in it. You know, you couldn't have like a combat controller the same way that Vixie's druid Hamadryad is. And it's pretty impressive to watch her like rattle shit off and just like completely set up an encounter for us, which is really cool. But I wonder if that would also increase the like unwanted complexity in 5th edition if we're stacking that on top of 5th ed mechanics. I don't love attack opportunities unless it would be really, really cool. Then it happens. Well, it's interesting. Maybe we just attack opportunities punishing people for moving. If we remove the punishments of movement, would there be in some way a benefit gain that we could also put in? So we're gonna remove the discouragements from moving, but what are we doing to encourage movement? That I think is the real question as well. That's where I think we need to create a system or something in there that kind of is built into the game a little bit that encourages some light movement, you know? This is where we got to sort of like meet in the middle of adding a little bit of complexity and removing some unnecessary complexity, I think. Not that I assume we're going to get this right today, literally, but also kind of keeps people locked into just fighting the one person they have to engage in fights rather than moving around dynamically. You know what's interesting? My Avenger has a lot of shifting spells where he gets to shift things around. And that I think is a thing that Wizards removed because they were afraid of people. Like, that's a complexity that I think WotC removed that I think they should put back in. The ability to like shift around and move combat. Like, so the Astral Knight does this. The Astral Knight has a couple of abilities on their spells where they'll attack somebody and then switch places with them and push them or whatever. Right, so you can move like I really do think that the Astral Knight feels a lot more like a 4E character in a 5th ed setting, in a good way, hopefully, than just a 5th ed like paladin just divine smiting things, just smashing me over the head or whatever, like fucking Diablo and Heroes of the Storm. Vixie just bans 75% of enemies from moving without it being too complicated. I think 4E's disengage being part of the movement instead of being an action is huge. How does disengage work as far as like action economy for movement? Is it a percentage of your movement, or how much, like, what's the penalty or the cost for disengaging in 4E? Imagine if there weren't any unless you took the Sentinel feat or something similar to that to get attack opportunities. Interesting. Yeah, so you'd have to, like, spec into it. Not just a little bit, you'd have to, like focus into being a combat controller. I think that 6-second rounds are a little troublesome. It means that people's reactions are way too fast. In the military, we call this the OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, and act. So how would the encounter? How would you change that? I guess for a round, because wouldn't just creating a longer round be sort of an RP thing? And who really does feel like do you sort of enforce that, like you have 6 seconds to act kind of thing, or how does that make a problem for your game? It really happens as fast as the rules as written of D&D allow. It's easier to attack people that stay in your range for too long, except if you have a shield. So you get attack bonuses on them if they're in your range. You have different styles like skirmisher versus duelist. Duelist focusing on a single target at a time, not moving around, and also locking your opponent down versus skirmisher, where you're like getting bonuses towards your defenses if you attack rolls for hitting a new target. Then you did that last time. Yeah, that's actually something that I was thinking about. If you had that kind of idea where there is a benefit to, like, so think about maybe a caster, like a disc priest for World of Warcraft, right, with penance. So when you attack someone, or like holy glimmers of whatever that the paladin gets is a better example. So glimmers is a thing that paladins would get in holy paladins in World of Warcraft, where when you holy shocked a friend or foe, they would get glimmers on them as a debuff or a buff for 30 seconds. And then whenever you holy shocked a new target, it would also affect the glimmer targets by a certain amount. So you imagine a spell like that, and Astral Sages actually have something very similar to this. It's not quite, but now I'm going to make it more similar because that's actually rad. But when you attack one thing, it'll do, it's like, it does like, I think 4d6 to the main target, and then it'll also do 1d6 to previous targets hit. So you can spread around your spell casting, and you can spread around your damage, and you can like kind of change and like make decisions about whether or not you want to nuke something down or cleave more so. And that I think is maybe part of it too, is giving classes a built-in bonus to attack multiple things, or to attack different things, or to move between attacks. You know, like what is there? There's one ability for the Astral Knight, and I ripped it off of something. It's probably 4E. I'm sure Ashley can tell me. But basically, if you move at least 10 feet, you get a bonus to your attack. I'm sure this is either an ability or a spell or a class mechanic or a fight maneuver or something. I'm not sure where in D&D that exists, but I know it exists in 5th edition somewhere, or 4th edition. And I like that idea. Things like that, so that you get to move. You don't provoke attack of opportunities. I think the Astral Knight spell reads, you get to move, or what is it? You get to move your full movement as part of your attack action, or whatever, and you don't take attack of opportunities, and then you hit something, and if you've moved at least 10 feet, you get an extra d6 of damage or something, and then if you move like 20 feet, you get 2d6. I don't remember how it works, but there's also like a jump attack that the Astral Knight gets. That's like you jump up in the air and you roll. I think it's an athletics check. I can't remember, but you make some sort of attack action. You jump in the air and you get to land somewhere like within 20 feet or whatever. And depending on your roll, you do more damage. So more movement, right? In 4, if you only move 1 square, there's no opposing attack, no additional action cost. It'd be interesting if there was a way to like add that to some sort of like greater movement as well. So you could like have it built into certain classes that they can disengage from things like that, and then also go run over where they want to go and I don't know, kite you if they can or whatever. 10-second rounds is more of an RP thing. I tend to enforce 6 seconds. As soon as players start monologuing, I hold up my hand and say there's a lot for 6 seconds, especially after you've already attacked. Good point. There's no way to pull out of a rope, tie it to your arrow, knock, aim, and fire in 6 seconds. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, that's interesting. The thing is, characters get 6 seconds, but players get 5 minutes. Hard to make that realistic encounter. I guess I kind of tend to bend the rules depending on what feels more cinematic or more interesting at the time, whether or not it's a shorter or longer round. That's very interesting. Am I recording? I am. Okay. Mark for Destruction spell deals X amount of damage to be determined by based on balancing to each creature you've had damage with a magical weapon or spell this combat so far. Yeah, and that might be that something that's that open might be a little bit limiting, because now you're just going to try and AoE everything. But if it's the idea of like maybe the last thing that you damaged also gets damaged, so that you can switch around your attacks and like maximize your overall DPS output while, you know, trying to prioritize targets, that might work pretty well. Maybe. The keyword is shift. The other classes get it in powers and such. I think the Avenger gets to shift 5 on some of its powers. That's the one that I wanted to take. The third. I ended up taking that. There we go. Because I like the mechanic of being able to move like that. Where was it? First, third level. The one that I ended up taking was Deadly Strat, I think it was. Right. So before the attack, you shift a number of squares equal to 1/2 your speed. You gain phasing during the movement. That's so cool to me. Like, I know the extra attacks thing that you mentioned, Ashley, was like really cool and probably like better optimal damage, but I like I like the ability to do this, you know? Right? I mean, you just get to like move around, like, I don't know. We need stuff like that in 5th Ed. Like less complex systems that you could interact with more interestingly, I guess. Is that the way to put it? Maybe. Incentivize attacking multiple people rather than just targeting one. Just hit me. What if you get actions based on your level? No bonus action or reaction for 1 to 5. 5 to 10 gets 2. Above 10 gets 3. This would simulate a character growing as a level-headed tactician that doesn't get flustered in combat. I think the place that would be a problem. I don't think it'd be a problem with martial classes, but I can't envision it right now. But I could see that being a problem with some spell casting, unless you somehow limit your spell casting. Because yeah, that's interesting. You just like get better at combating as you grow more powerful in your experience, you know? It isn't so badass, right? You just move through anything lesser or whatever it is. Perhaps the number of targets can change with the proficiency or upcasting. There can be ways to change it for lower spells. Counter argument, while it might take player 5 minutes to communicate something, they only play their character for a few hours a month. It's very likely the character would have discussed tactics and communication. Actual soldiers might have quick hand signals, but you can't be mad at your players for not having spent real life hours learning the signals. Oh, like my knowing gesture that I nodded to Ella to communicate to her that we are convinced that there's a non-zero chance that Ulner might be a 1,000-year-old spirit of a dead prince wandering the land for vengeance, and how I try to communicate all of that in one nod to Ella. Something like that, along those lines. Yeah, about that. Oh, geez. Oh, shoot, man. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe there's like a, whoops. There we go. Maybe there's a way to introduce, or I don't know. My intuition is that I think you just have to like introduce more interesting combat systems that Wizards doesn't necessarily normalize or want to normalize. So things like flat-footed versus like touch ACs, to add those into attacks and spells. And like you do run the risk of, and not the risk, but you're going to have the eventual like kind of problem of the glasses adjusting know-it-all like power gamer player that tells you that you can't do these things as a GM at the game store because they've read the DMG and then no way or nowhere in it does it state that you can, you know, reduce the AC requirement of an ability by whatever based on these circumstances. And I think the problem is that maybe one of the empowering tools that WotC can help generate for people is the permission to shove nerds in a locker. Definitely, you know, maybe the locker shoving GM authority is needed. Although you could also make a case that like that there are problem GMs and that you're trying to spare players from like bad GMs. Like this kind of goes back to an argument that I think we can kind of reference for what was known as Loot Council in World of Warcraft. So this was a feature called Master Looter, where you could, if you were the raid leader, you could change the loot type to Master Loot, where you are the Master Looter, and you would just define who gets what gear. You just send it out to them, right? And so no one would get any gear off of fights, but you as the Master Looter would see what the boss dropped, and then you get to assign to people. And the way guilds did use that system is that they use that system to optimize certain classes. Let's say Windwalker Monk is really good in this tier, and this necklace has a lot of stats that Windwalker could use. You give it to your Windwalker Monk, you know? If there is like a weapon that, I don't know, spellcasters could make use of, but it's got haste on it, and the only class that really benefits from haste is an arcane mage, then you can give it to your arcane mage. And the reason why World of Warcraft took this system away is because of, well, I mean, so there's an actual reason that's kind of like more conspiratorial. I think, actually, no, it's not even conspiratorial anymore, but there's an actual reason. And then the stated reason, the reason they said that they did this is because they want to remove instances of players getting into a raid with an abusive raid leader that is refusing them to give them gear because of some abusive power, you know, nepotism, social issues, whatever it is in your group, that they're like, well, we don't want raid leaders to be, you know, showing favoritism to the players, and like, so you join a raid and you get screwed out of gear, like this is an issue. And the community overwhelmingly kind of screamed back, why would you join a raid group if your raid leader's an asshole and there's a risk of them like looting gear to their friends and shit? Why would you join that raid? And I think maybe that's the kind of like mentality. By the way, the actual reason they did it is because they didn't want to have GM tickets anymore for people accidentally looting the gear to a different person. Because if you accidentally looted it to one rogue but you meant to loot it to another rogue, you're like, oh no, whoops, my mistake, I'll just send it to the proper rogue. Oh, I can't, so I need to put in a GM ticket. And then Blizzard had to handle that, so they just wanted to remove that like, you know, tickets from their pool and not to pay as many GMs. So that was the conspiratorial reason, but it's kind of confirmed now. That's why they did it. But still, the reason they gave it was that, you know, we don't want to give too much power to your raid leader. And I wonder if that's kind of the idea with GMs, is that they need to make these like mechanics ironclad, so that you don't have an instance where you are at a loss, where you're like, oh man, you know, I don't know how this interaction is supposed to work as a GM, and this player is going to quote me some arcane rule that makes me wrong. Oh, phooey, I've been had. You know, that to me is kind of messed up. And I don't think it's actually that big of an issue, because I think that in that case where you're like, okay, well, give the GM basically all the authority to say, no, fuck you, the combat works the way I said it does. You know, the AC was 18, now it's 25, you know, this turn. Why? Because a magical effect shimmers on the enemy. But it wasn't his turn when he did that. It was a reaction. Well, he can't use a reaction because he already attacked of opportunity. He uses a special reaction, you know. That kind of thing I think is necessary for having more interesting combat, is giving more authority and power to the GM to bend the rules, and to work with, like, within and on the outside of the rules to actually be able to create interesting interactions with combat. But I think that they fear giving that power to GMs because they fear that instance where the GM just like lords their authority over the players and says, haha, I have now decided this is the way the thing is, and you cannot stop me because I am the GM and Wizards of the Coast has given me ultra authority. God damn it. How the fuck did that zoom in? Shit. One sec. I don't know what I did, but I ended up zooming in both windows by accident. I'm gonna have to fix this shit. So I don't know, like I think that that's one of those things where we could easily look at it and say, well, if you're gonna play with a DM that has too much authority given to them, and we don't like that DM for whatever reason, then you just don't play with that DM anymore. You pick up your fucking cards and you go home. Like, what's the issue here? But WotC seems to have an idea that that's not a good way of running it. And like, okay, fair enough. Like, what's the problem here? What are we really dealing with here? What's the reason why Wizards doesn't want to give your DM the authority to make interesting combat? Because I don't think that like maybe a hot take I have is that if you have boring combat, in some ways that's like you as the GM not having the tools to be empowered by, sure, but also like it's your game. You can just make up whatever you want. Like if you want the fucking Florida Fallout and the Balrog and Gandalf to fall for 1,000 years while doing epic combat together, and your players flickering in and out in a time rift hundreds of years in between, like, okay, sure. Why not? Well, I can't. There's no rule that says I can do that. Well, who cares? You know? Who the fuck cares if there's no rule? You just do it. That's how you do it. You don't do it, and then you do it, and then it's done. And then, oh look, combat's interesting again, you know? Maybe there's problems with that, though. And I mean, I do also understand that I have hot takes that the internet disagrees with. If you've seen my Twitter poll, I guess you guys wouldn't. You want to see the Twitter poll from yesterday? I asked the question, can you have something like an Adventurers Guild or other RPG tropes within a serious campaign setting? What do you think the current vote is right now? Between yes and no. What do you think the current vote is for this? Because I was thinking it'd be somewhere around 50-50, 60-40. It wasn't. Oh boy. It was we were one dissenting opinion away from it being a 100% super majority opinion that of course you can have a serious fantasy setting with RPG tropes. So, I guess I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on combat as well, you know? There is the possibility. It's always there. GM will abuse the system if they want to, regardless of the rules. You're having a bad experience in the group, find a different group. Yeah, that's the way I've kind of always felt about it. But again, there's something about that WotC doesn't like. There's something about that they want to sort of like fix the problem with a system, I guess, that they can kind of control the outcome of and be able to define how groups can sort of interact in a more meaningful way to protect, or, you know, whatever reason you want to apply to it. But we're gonna be charitable and say just to protect like players that don't necessarily have the wherewithal to understand that the game is being abused by a asshole GM. You know what I mean? What's up, Sleepy? A lot of people say yes, although I mostly disagree with a very heavy asterisk or two. Yeah. Your fantasy character pulls up to a stat screen and they just level up in the fantasy universe and immediately feels less serious to me. Right. We're not in an isekai anime anymore. Let's get out of here with this shit. How's it going, Avail? Hello. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. The master artist herself. Holy shit, dude. I'm honored. Yeah, I mean, I think the way that I always try to fix that problem is, like for combat, is just to make it more interesting based on non-rules according, you know, not according to the rules or non-rules conforming mechanics and abilities. And I have personally never had a problem with it. The only time I ever had a problem with it was, funnily enough, at a game store where I got actually'd by a player. And I was like, oh, don't worry about it. It actually just works out. And it's like, well, you can't do this because it's not the turn, whatever, action economy, whatever. I was like, oh, yeah, it's crazy. Like that's the thing. Your character doesn't understand why the boss can do this. You think you have a good grasp of the idea of how the tactics of this creature would work, and it's going outside of those bounds, and it kind of freaks you out, and like make it an in-character thing. And the guy was like, oh, I don't know about this. Oh, I don't know, man. This doesn't seem like it's within the rules. And there were like audible eye rolls at the table from the other players. So there is that, you know. Don't worry about it too much though. Those kind of players are, I think farther, like, it's rarer to get that kind of rules lawyer player than I think WotC wants to make it out to be. Maybe there's a negativity bias that they see the posts on D&D horror stories Reddit and shit like that, and Wizards thinks, oh my god, we need to save our players from this like epidemic of terrible people that they let be GMs in their group. .4e and 5e, we're both designed to make D&D more accessible and transferable because they want all groups to be able to play together, even if it's not how D&D works. Do you think that's an accomplishable goal for WotC? Or do you think that there's like an idea of a style of D&D that you play and you can kind of like very easily admit to other groups or to other friends, like, hey man, I don't think we play the same style, you know? Would have loved to play D&D with you, but obviously I don't want to like ruin your game and you don't want to step on my toes, so we probably can't play D&D together. That might be the most mature way of handling it, but does it work for a product? I don't know. Probably not, to be honest. I'm really thinking about it. Going through plateaus and cliffs and raises of any skills between not feeling like you're improving and then suddenly improving a lot or potentially improving the entire time, or just not feeling like you are, or just not feeling like you are until finally the last thing clicks. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Yeah, not stats and shit. Yeah, right. That is a problem. Sure. So I don't know. I wonder what the way to handle it is on a game level. I think the only way that I'm going to try and handle it for Horizon is I think I'm going to kind of ignore the rules lawyers, glasses adjusting players, and admit that I will never. And you know what? I'm kind of disappointed that I needed to remind myself to do this. I have never tried to make rules and mechanics and systems and a D&D game for the rules lawyers, because I am not a DM that can quote every page of the DMG in PHP. And I don't think that I need to be a great DM, right? And so I think that I've always tried to have this sort of regard for the overall D&D player as understanding the message, at least mostly, enough that they can play the game and have fun with it. And so I don't want to, you know, make this kind of like rules or whatever boring or less interesting, because I'm concerned about a player bending it or ruining it or whatever, and I'm trying to figure out how to make this like more, I don't know, obvious to new players or to experienced GMs and whatever it is. No, man, just make the cool game cool, do the cool thing, always err on the side of cool, always be willing to do the cool thing, even if it means that you're gonna risk some players being confused. yeah, you kind of like limit your game a little bit because you set up a bar that you have to jump over to be able to play the game, where you have to be like at least this experienced to play the D&D adventure, which could suck for some people, and I understand that. It could definitely suck if you want to like play Horizon, but there's not a lot of like I just tell you to figure something out, like figure out a way for the players to convince this person to help them out or whatever. And use a GM or like, I don't know how to do that. Like, what do you mean? What check they need to roll? What thing do they need to meet? What does that look like? How do I know when they've convinced the player or the NPC or whatever? And I think that's just like kind of something that you have to like be okay with in some ways, as like a limiting factor for your system or your game or your RPG or whatever it is, that some people just aren't gonna have enough like experience to be able to run the game. And if you don't have a system that necessarily like empowers GMs to learn how to do that early on, then maybe that's a challenge. And that's also okay that it's a challenge, because it means that later on down the road, when the system is developed for Eldara, I can like build that into it and still use the Horizon adventure, if that makes sense. You know? But that's like design theory for game design that I feel like I'm a bit out of my depth on. The problem is, though, that I don't trust a lot of people who claim to have like expert opinions on it. You know what I mean? There's lots of things that I know I don't know, like I'm not an authority on, but I know enough not to like listen to the general advice on the internet about it, as it were. What is that, the Dunning-Kruger effect or whatever? Basically, you have no idea how little you know, and if you think you know a lot, you don't know shit. Is that the technical university definition of it, I believe? And I got that right the first time. I'm very proud of myself. Or whatever, man. I was getting her freckles as well, because she's got that pale ginger complexion. Maybe I won't.
The orb knows.
Wait, how does it know? Wait, how does it know? Shit. Alright, well thank you, Moose. I appreciate it. Appreciate the warning. Thank you, dude. It was a pleasure. What's up, Lighty? Good to see ya. Good to see ya, Lightning. And you'd be very proud of me that I'm getting further on my live 2D. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's gonna be the official start of my my orb agency, as chat wanted to be. I'll be a VTuber agency owner. I'll have one talent, and I'm gonna audition all my friends to be the talent and not pass any of them. So we'll be able to farm some drama. It'll be the most interesting thing that'll happen in VTuber space on Twitch since Guar Gura got graduated and Cinder got cancelled. Oh wait, that was this week. Shit. Never mind. No, it's going well. I'm making my way through it. Obviously, nothing as proficient or beautiful as Lightning 2.0, but I'm trying. I'm inspired by you. Gotta live up to the example you set, Lighty. My only expert opinion is that I have no expertise in anything. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, wait, that's like pretty solid, actually. So I know I need to like figure out some better design things for the game when it actually comes out. An adventure's not the biggest deal. You know, people will make it interesting or boring as far as the combat goes, and there's nothing I can do about that. I can't like necessarily influence it to make sure combat's really like snappy or like feels good. But maybe, just maybe, I can include some mechanics that give DMs a bit of a pause, where they have to consider what and how they run encounters for just a quick minute, you know? That could be the solution. Bit of a stinky, sweaty opinion here. I think a lot of hobbies like D&D and card games end up with unreasonable people because nobody wants to be rude to the person who is being rude. So what's the opinion? So I think you're right. What's the opinion you think that people have that they need to be told to get in a locker, nerd, on with D&D and with 5e and shit like that. You know, because there's definitely an opinion that people need to be told to get into locker over. But I wonder what you're thinking about for 5th ed. Mel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Wait, did I miss? No, okay. It was ads. I was like, wait, what? Stream announcement. Sag. I'm still not used to seeing like the stream announcement for ads. I'll like think it's a message that I missed or whatever. Get stressed out. I don't ignore the bot like I ignored my Streamlabs bot. I think WotC is trying to solve problems or people not having learned basic social etiquette by adding rules and mechanics to D&D that target them. Hold on. Let me read that one more time. I think WotC is trying to solve people not having learned basic social etiquette by adding rules and mechanics to D&D to target them. Yeah, true. Any reasonable person can say yes. Not all orcs are evil, but the stat block for monster orc that people are fighting, you have 1 player to 1 DM. Nope, it says evil, so your character must be evil. Yep. Okay. Yep. I think I agree with that. I think a lot of the issues that WotC has like tried to tackle have been issues of why would you play with that person to begin with, and again, the Tasha's permission to play characters with like different sort of stats for their background from what they are aesthetically in game, narratively, whatever. So you can be visually a dwarf, but if you want the elvish stats, like, sure, man, find a reason to rationalize it. Why you have the typical or the average elvish stat. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I resonate with that. Mm-hmm. Now, that is a take that would get you canceled on D&D Reddit, but, you know. I mean, look. How concerned can we be for D&D Reddit's opinion? Is maybe that the most advanced part of the take, is that Wizards of the Coast is just making D&D for Reddit, for r/D&D, like for D&D Reddit? Is that it? For me, my games Detect Evil and Detect Good are societal spells. Wait, societal spells?
How exciting.
Did I read that right? What's up, Say? Hello. How's it going, Say? Good to see you. What are you doing today, dude? I didn't pop into your stream at all. I'm sorry. I wasn't in to see what you were doing. Huge party? Wait, for what? What are we partying for? Hello, Say. Welcome in. You are not following Say Aka. Say Aka. I never say his full name. You're making a mistake, man. You're throwing. Holy shit. What were we partying, Say? What were we doing? Tell me your tales. Excite me. Enthuse me. Enlist me into the ranks of jubilations, if you please. Lots of friends today? Oh, right on. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Good reason, then. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. Well, happy official start to Mermay for the weekend. Really looking forward to seeing your character finished. Working on some good projects. Bro, we got artists doing the thing, man. We got artists that are doing the thing. And I'm very proud of them. I've inspired myself to try and do the thing too, as an artist one day. Here to lurk while co-working. Chaos, good to have you. Hope whatever you're working on is lovely. Working well. Going swimmingly. Play with those DMs. Book Mulls are culturally bald or whatever. Or wear top knots, excuse me. I'm having a hard time reading today. Because I live in a desert where it's hot. Me, Mulls are cool in concept, but I can play one more from a city with a bit more refinement. Right. They must be bald with bone piercings. I see. Yeah. Okay. So mechanically, does any of this like kind of happen in combat, or do you think that is just an ethos that guides the entirety of Wizards of the Coast combat? We're talking, if you guys are just joining us, we're chatting about how to try and make D&D combat more interesting, and what are the problems that with like WotC's D&D combat that are making it harder for people to get immersed in the game and interested in combat. So many people say, I love D&D, but combat's the worst part of it. And I really sympathize with them when they say that. I understand why they say that. I might not agree fully for myself personally, but I understand it at the very least. So trying to figure out for the adventure I'm writing exactly how to make combat and how to build things into the adventure that are more interesting and get people engaged a little bit better. I miss the orb, Plucci. You don't miss the orb. What do you mean? You know precisely why the orb was here and why it's gone. What's up, Plucci? Support your fellow artists? Exactly, right? Exactly. Lighty gets it. Dude, Lighting does these like 12-hour fucking art streams. I bet Lighting's live right now. Holy shit, dude. I'm like burnt after 6 hours. Lighting's just like, I'm just getting started. I just finished my warm-ups. Like, holy man. The stereotypes, not everyone fits them. I met DMs like that, and it's why I've gotten to play as a paladin. Never had to play as a paladin. Really? Really? 4 combats poggies. Well, unfortunately, Ulner, I'm running a 5e adventure, okay? So I have to deal with this. Alright? If I wanted to run a 4e adventure, I know I'd have you and Ashy very excited about it. But besides the two of you, literally no one would be interested in my adventure, unfortunately, so I gotta make do with what I got here. I gotta try and make the best of a 5e situation. The DM can let you jump on a chandelier and front flip kick the orc. Has always been legal because the DM's game, but I think they've written rules in such a way that wang rods, that's a Matt Koval term right there. I like that. Can't try and rules haggle. Yes. So it's the general ethos of how they've developed their combat mechanics, where they're allowing you to hold your GM hostage with rules. Yeah, I agree with that. So how do we fix that? How do we give more permission to the GM to do interesting shit? You know? I try really hard to make sure the players are having fun. If I don't believe in OP builds or OP stuff because I can always adjust the enemies. If they can justify their creative choices, I let them do it most of the time. Right? Even in combat, I'm assuming, right? If they want to do something cool. You might hit them with the, alright, let's see it. You know what I mean? Show me. It's a high DC or whatever, but hey, whoop, let's go. Get after it. Giddy up. Let's see that shit. Logically, something should work, but the rules say no. I say it works. Yeah, and I mean, having that flexibility with a good GM, I think, is what makes for a lot of great GMs. And I think that basically the assertion that I made earlier is that a lot of WotC's sort of rules that they've tried to introduce have been basically to try and cover for bad GMs. Like, we know our players are going to play with bad GMs. Here's how we mitigate the risk of them doing damage to our players' game. By reducing the amount of cool shit they can do. But at the end of the day, what are you doing, you know? At the end of the day, are you even living at that point in time? I don't know, man. We need to zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, okay. Oof. It hurts. It hurts to have done so much and delete all of it. All these centimeters of information that I designed dedicatedly. Gone. Gone. Deleted to the wind, man. Just like Miwa Bell's luggage. Just happy I have a DM that lets me pretend to be a low-level Warsong twink. Well, okay. You know, as long as you have your priorities in order for your game, Ulner, I mean, As long as you know what you want out of it, I'm there to watch you be great. No D&D is better than bad D&D. I agree. I won't leave it up to the dice. I might let a little challenge, but they can roll. I want them to feel cool. Yeah, right? Exactly. Half the rules added in Tasha's were like, yeah, of course you can do that, to my brain, while a DM I knew actively hated them. Interesting. Yeah, like that was kind of a weird thing that happened with WotC D&D for a while, is it feels like a lot of it's based on permission. Like, we're just going to give you permission to do the cool thing, as opposed to just you having always done the cool thing. That's like the epidemic for 5th Ed, I think, maybe. I don't know. We should ask Mike Merles and Chris Perkins about it. Now they don't work for WotC. Probably gonna go for a walk, so I'll lurk for today. Say, have a lovely walk. It's a beautiful, warm day out across most of Canada, so please enjoy yourself. You're a legend, and I'm honored to have you in my stream or rating over any day of the week. So thank you, Say. And, you know, I'm used to some of this like resistance from GMs and players from like doing art. I've actually had I've actually had clients, like a non-zero amount of clients, not that many, but probably like 4 or 5 maybe in the last couple of years, say something along the lines of like, oh yeah, my GM didn't accept the art that you made for me because one reason or another. The most silly reason that I ever got was somebody said my GM didn't accept the art you gave me or you made for me of my character for our game because it was something to do with the armor class or whatever. They're like, oh, you asked, or you drew it was some kind of a fighter or whatever. This is years ago, and they said you used different types of armor together, and the GM wouldn't allow for it. Like, I think the reference was either like scale mail and half plate or whatever. So I mean, maybe I'm experienced with this kind of person, this kind of GM. No D&D is better than bad D&D is super true, but like social obligations exist. If I'm DMing for some terrible players I'm friends with them outside of D&D or coworkers, it's hard to just say y'all suck and bail. Yeah, I could see Ashley trying to say y'all suck and bail many times last night, but right, like that's silly. It is silly. Like, I mean, look, one of the most egregious ones is a person that said they were mad at me because I didn't do something proper for their character. I think it was something like about ears. I'm actually almost positive it was about ears. I think I made their elf ears too pointy and like too long or whatever. And I think that they're like, their GM said that like that's not a D&D elf. You can't use that for our game. And the person came back and was like all mad. They were like, you said you were doing a D&D character for me, but my DM told me that you didn't do the proper ears for D&D. And I tried to explain to them, like, look, it's an Imagination Dragon game. You can like have your ears be as long or short as you want. And they were like, nuh-uh, my DM said that they needed to be shorter. And it wasn't the biggest issue. It wasn't a painting or color. So I just redid it for them and just, you know, I think I banned them in chat as well. So I never had to deal with them again. But I think I just redid it for them, sent them the art revision just to wash my hands of that person. But if you're ever curious if the DM is that needs the permission for the wizards to do a cool thing exists, that's, for me, I've always known they've existed. So, which has kind of sucked if you think about it. I also love trades of some bits too. If I had a player once ask if they could trade their action bonus action to react and take the damage meant for the cleric by shielding them, I said they could trade their bonus action and movement. And I like to do that kind of stuff. I as a player will ask my DM for stuff like that too. I don't think I've ever asked Ashley for anything like that. But one of the most kind of like dramatic moments that I've ever had in a D&D game in that critical role-in style was in an old game we played where one of the player characters, they're playing siblings, and the younger brother goes down and he's like taking death saves or whatever. and the villain or whatever of the day, I don't remember if it was like a boss or an important thing or whatever, they're gonna throw a spear at them and like basically deal a killing blow. And one of the players was like, come on, man, can I do anything to save my little bro? I was like, if you want to intervene, you probably could, but that intervention would probably cost you your life. And the whole party was like, like death saves, like you would do like enough like more damage. I'm like, no, it'd probably just outright kill you if you intervene, try and like take the spear. And so the player negotiated. He's like, okay, would I have a chance to get off one last healing spell on little bro? And I was like, fuck it. Yep, sure, man. I'll let him do it. And he ran in, he took that spear, went straight through him, and then he healed his little bro up to raise him up and fucking died on the spot right there. And that shit's cool to me, you know? And if you don't have a D&D game where you can do stuff like that, I think it's kind of I don't know, it's kind of lame, isn't it? Right? D&D about having fun and creating a fantasy adventure. Who cares that the armor is from different classes or how pointy the elvish ears are? Oh my god. Yeah, right. I've seen and heard some weird shit in my days from D&D like players about their art for their characters. It made me question whether or not I want to do art for D&D players more than once, and it was one of the times that I realized that there is definitely a being an artist. I think that there's like a underappreciation for professionalism. I have a friend right now, just by the way, who's going through hell with an artist, and she's been updating me on this artist hell, and the things that she tells me this artist is telling her, I'm upset, not just because she's going through artist hell right now, but because this artist is posing as a professional and LARPing as a pro, but giving her very shitty excuses. And there's a certain like kind of, I guess, like punch in the shoulder, tough it out, suck it up, idiot. If you're a pro, you do this anyway, because that's what like are you an amateur or you're a pro? Okay. Oh, you're sick, but your deadline's on Monday. Well, that sucks. Like, is it gonna kill you to work? No? Okay, well then you're gonna have the worst weekend ever, but that's part of your professional pride, right? But there is sort of, and I think that's more of a lesson that more artists in the internet space need to hear, that like, suck it up, act like a pro. I think then the take care of yourself kind of meta. I think there's a lot of people telling artists to take care of themselves, and maybe not enough people telling artists that if they're going to try and be a professional, they need to act like a pro, and here's what's expected of a pro, especially if you have a contract that you, because this is not, by the way, an art piece that just sort of like is, hey man, it'll be done when it's done. This is a contracted deadline thing, like their contract. And I think that there is, though, the side of it, though, definitely where I say you need to protect your passion. And I could easily and have said to myself, look, this is a terrible client, but are you a professional? Yeah, okay, you work with terrible clients. That's what you can do. Part of you being a pro is that you can work with any person and have them have a good time through it, and that's great, you know? It's kind of like a streamer that just bans everyone they don't disagree, they don't like, and they never sort of like help people become a better part of their chat. They just ban them if they say one thing they don't like. Then you're streaming to like your two mods, and that's it. And Plucci. But anyway, I do think that you have a sense of like, I need to not take projects and clients that make me fucking hate what I'm doing, and that's a passion, air quote, that you need to protect. And for me, I was very concerned for a while that I didn't want to work for D&D players anymore, because too many of them were just insufferable about things like that, about armor and whatever. And, you know, I think the professional side of it for me was trying to figure out how to identify that early so that didn't happen. But if it did happen, having the greater sense and wherewithal to say, yeah, I need to not take this, like I need to not do this thing, do this project, this person, fire this client, whatever it is. You know what I mean? I can play D&D in a way that the people I play with have fun in combat. I play a wizard and I can end encounters with one spell. Web is broken, but is a good idea. I mean, just go for a support role. If you see your other like fellow party members trying to run some kind of a gambit, trying to do some cool things, like help them lock down some of the guys they're trying to kill. Set them up. If you want your other players to have fun, play the support role for your other players. In RP and in combat, I think the greatest thing that a player can do is play support for another player. right? And that requires a certain amount of love and friendship between them to find like personal satisfaction in their heroics. And you want to know a player that does this for their characters expertly is Travis Willingham. And part of the reason why everyone thinks that he's the best RPer and best player in Critical Role, like just sort of like as far as popularity goes, I think is tied to the fact that he always plays support characters, that he's always helping them make the joke, helping them be cool, helping them do a thing. And then when he does want to do the thing and have his moment, everybody's like really excited for him because he's always there to support the rest of the party. So you can do that in combat as well, I think, you know? You drew an Endrick with armor. He isn't proficient with armor. He's a -5 on all attacks from now on. I don't get my armor of faith. I lose. Hold on, Ashley. You saying that I lose my armor of faith and my oath of enmity, and I can no longer use my censure of unity, and I need to pick my other 2 feats because currently I only have power of skill picked, and I forgo over our break. Mr. Artist, you didn't draw a character correctly. They need to look like they were missing prints from 4,000 years ago. God damn it. God damn it. These fucking VTubers, man. You make some shitty D&D art for them one time, and then they're on your ass about how lore accurate everything is. Dude, the amount of shit I got from Ulner about the level, the type of green from her exposed arm bone was just, dude, she let me have it for like an hour in Discord that night. Like, Ashley was sitting there sobbing in the corner, just saying, leave him alone, he's had enough, Ulner, leave him alone. And Ulner's just mad because she didn't get the right takeout for that week. So listen, man, it's tough being an artist. You gotta maneuver your clients in a real difficult way from time to time. But guilty of being slow when it comes to comms. I have never missed a deadline. I'm very upfront with my piece and my deadlines, and I update and communicate. I don't understand artists who don't update between rough draft and the final product. Yeah, and on that same note, I don't, because I know my workflow, I never set deadlines for art unless somebody needs it. Right? I never do. I have one project that has a deadline in late June this year. And that's a professional, like, contracted NDA big boy like licensing whatever contract project. But if somebody asks me to draw their character, I will say to you that I'll start it between 3 and 4 months from now, probably, maybe, hopefully. I'll let you know, and then it'll take hopefully between 1 to 3 weeks, you know. And if somebody says like, look, I need this for my game, it's like, okay, cool, we can get that in time, you know. But yeah, part of the professional side of it is just kind of knowing where you fit in, how you want to, like, how your workflow works best for you. You know, it's tough. It is tough, and it's just responsible to know how you work as an artist. And sometimes you need to suck it up and fucking work through the pain, and sometimes you need to chill out and protect your passion. And knowing what to do and when to do it, I think is really a big struggle for a lot of artists. Draw him better skill issues. Yeah, okay, all right, listen. It's a controversial thing to only choose beginning armor based on what I think looks good. I don't think so. You do whatever you want, bro. Yeah, what do you mean, Sleepy? You just get it. Yeah, you just get it. Really good advice. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if it's good advice or not, but I think it's important for our, like, because it feels incomplete as advice. But I think that it like basically it's just know yourself better, forehead, which is a bit tough to do, I think. But it's important, I think, to be able to know how to properly act as a professional. And I don't get why there's just no discussion around this on the internet from artists. Even artists who make it very big, that like never have industry experience, tend to never like air the opinions of like, here's how you properly kind of like navigate a project or a client or whatever. Here's the expectations. Probably because you've always had clients and projects that you can kind of like worm your way out of if you really needed to. And it's not until you like work for a studio or whatever where the fact that you're sick or whatever is like not an issue for your boss anymore. Right? You'll call in, you'll be like, hey man, I'm really sick. And your art director's like, damn, that sucks. Are you okay? And you're like, yeah, I'll be okay. I just can't like come into work today. And and your art director's like, damn, well, unfortunately we have a deadline for this thing, so can you have these like things like, obviously don't come to the office and make everyone sick, but like, can you have these things like ready for like, 3 p.m. for our meeting? And if you're like, oh, I'm too sick to work, that doesn't really fly in a lot of studios. It should, maybe, but it certainly doesn't. Which is good or bad, I guess, depending on how you look at it. And part of the benefit, though, of taking like the freelancer route is that you have more flexibility. Like with that flexibility, I mean, occasionally, come on, man. Come on, bro. You're gonna LARP like a professional and have contracts and shit and deadlines and promises. Like, then LARP like a pro. Starting to accept commissions and having trouble figuring out how much to quote clients because of my inexperience. That's a difficult question, Lightning. And I think that there's a lot of missing information. There's a lot of incomplete information I think people give artists about how to quote prices. So the best way I can maybe like explain it, like as far as like if you're just starting out, is there's a balance between your inexperience and your value. And a lot of people will sit here and be cheerleaders for you and say, rah Lightning, you're amazing, charge more, you need to charge more, Lightning, you're so worth it, Lighty, you need to charge way more. But if you have to like pay rent and you're not getting projects for $500 a comm, even though all your friends gas you up and say, Lighty, you're worth $500 per comm, you shouldn't take any less than $500 per comm. And you're like, wow, thanks guys. And then you put your price out and you say $500 per comm and you don't get any work. Which one of those people that have been cheering you on and gassing you up, which one of them is going to cover your rent? That's always my question. So it's a balance between, I have friends that I know, like fucking mini full, who just charge way under a shed for God knows what reason. And I don't quite understand why. I think it's a lack of confidence, and I get it. So I think that the important thing to do is when you're figuring out your prices is definitely start at a price where you can feel comfortable with, where you feel like, hey, people are going to accept it. They're going to still buy art from me, whatever. And then you increase that price as the market accepts your price point. The issue with that is the way to get a market to accept your price point is wide reach. So the difference between having 10,000 followers on Instagram and 100,000 followers on Instagram might be triple the commission price. Because if you say, hey, this takes me 40 hours and I want to charge $1,000 for it because I can only do like a couple a month, then like absolutely. But if you don't have the reach to do that, people might not find your work, and it really sucks. So this is a really important topic for like young, not in young as far as like age, but young as an experienced artist, and how much to charge for your price point. It's really a challenge, and I'm very hesitant to say charge what you're worth, air quotes, or charge like more than you think you're worth. Part of it comes down to how much can you afford to not have the work. So one of the benefits for allowing you to raise your price point is if you have other sources of income. And by that I mean, like, as an artist, let's say you stream on Twitch. And let's say everyone on your Twitch channel loves when you draw Sonichu, and all you draw is Sonichu. And if you draw Sonichu, you have your viewers are there, they're popping off, they're cheering bits, they're freaking out, they're, calling the cops, or whatever else you do if an artist is drawing Sonichu, and they're just loving it every minute of the day. But then somebody says, hey, I want you to draw Project Melody for me. Project Melody X Shy Lily fan art, and you say sure, and you go on stream and do that, and suddenly everyone's like, I'm gonna take this week off. If you're drawing Project Melody X Shy Lily art, I'd rather watch you just draw the heinous acts from Sonichu. And you're like, oh shit, okay, that doesn't work. So then what is it worth it for you to take a commission? And the more value you can build in your career as an artist through other means, like selling prints, a Patreon, tutorials, brushes, whatever it is you do as an artist, and the more okay you can be not surviving off of commissions alone, the less at the mercy of the market you are. And it's really tough to know where to start. So I'd say trust your gut and and start off. And if you want to have a deep conversation with this Lightning, I'm definitely like, we can talk about this at some point in time if you're actually looking for help, because this is one of those things that like artists need help with. Like this is one of those when somebody tells me you have a responsibility to teach, this is the kind of thing. It's not actually me teaching you how to draw circles and shit and how to shade. It's me teaching you how to survive as an artist. That's like what the main responsibility to teach is. And you will also have that responsibility to teach. So if there's one thing I try to make myself available for, it's this kind of a conversation, you know. So please don't hesitate if you want to figure this shit out. We can talk about it at some point in time. But anyway, it's really tough to try and figure out how to price this shit at the beginning. So price where you think people will accept it, even if it's a lot lower than you want or other people around you want. That's okay. Take a couple projects at like basically fucking nothing. That's all right. And then as you're going, you're going to feel more confident. And suddenly your $80 commission is now $100. And suddenly your $5 hourly is now $10. And suddenly your $10 hourly is now $20. And obviously never price commissions based on hourly, but quote accordingly-ish. But it's okay. I think the one point that I try and get across to artists is it's okay when you're starting out to undercharge. Because everyone who tries to tell you to charge your value, they're not going to be there to pay your rent when you can't pay it. So, you're to give a drawing tutorial? Ah, shit, did I? I shouldn't. Never listen to anything I have to say about drawing. I don't know how to draw. I mean, look, all I know to draw are paladins. Shit, like, what are we talking about here? Like, I don't fucking know what I'm doing, bro. Come on. If people find a balance between self-care and being responsible, at least try to put yourself in the client's shoes. Reassuring them is not going to get not getting scammed by giving updates on progress. They work hard for their money too. Yeah, and like one of the things you can do to kind of like mitigate that isn't good advice for everyone. You need to have a very specific kind of client base. But I don't charge my clients until very late in the process. That's part of things that I do that gives me a lot of wiggle room, and never has it been a problem. It's been almost an issue a couple times, but it's never been an actual problem because of client selection, which is hard to do. But there's things you can do. Obviously, yeah, if you are, like you said, Chaos, if you are taking like money up front, yeah, I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if your grandma died. I don't care if whatever. If you have a contracted due date, bro, you're stuck. You're in handcuffs, man. I feel bad for you. Like I'll sit there next to you and I'll cry with you and I'll scream at the roof with you that you have to work on this last day because you have to miss your whatever event or you're sick or whatever. But like, dude, you have a fucking contract. You know what I mean? How do I draw a circle? You don't, Jacob. Photoshop draws it for you. With the new generative Adobe AI software edition Photoshop upgrade update 2025 CS 2.5. Never draw a circle again. That's right. Early last month. Yeah, I guess I did do a bit of a tutorial on that. But like this, what I mean by like this is the kind of thing that you don't like. This is the kind of thing you don't have a tutorial video on how to do. Is how to charge for proper clients. Looking forward to Anime Titty August. We're gonna kill it. Thank you, Ashy. I'm glad that you endorse my pivot in the industry here. After drawing Mewabell clothed, I've realized that I can never draw another VTuber more modestly than they would like. It's just disrespectful. So next time I draw Ulnar, it'll be with exposed ulna. Yes, that's that. Absolutely, full frontal ulna exposed to the world, and I won't feel immodest about it whatsoever. Especially after my last client list got shortened when she got canceled from a Google Doc. I mean, shit. Who told Evan AI was the big bad of my campaign? God damn it, not again. Not again. I swear, every time, Ashy. Every time. God damn, bro. God damn. I tell them 50 after sketch and 50 after I send them the final product, or they can put up front. A lot of them choose to pay up front just because they have their money and would rather get it over with. It can be stressful. I prefer the 50-50. Yeah, no, I definitely get that. There's not one right way to do it, I think. And you know what? You know, it's actually a secret benefit that nobody talks about having your like clients understanding the process is very sort of fluid, is that if you do sort of live a life where you need to be flexible, and people are like, hey man, you said that we could start this project in late April. You're like, bro, I said we'd try to, but like I'm behind by 2 weeks. So if you want to give up your slot, that's totally fine. I understand it. You know, sorry for being late, but if they don't give you any money or whatever, you don't have to worry about it. So doing a 50 after sketch or whatever is a great way of doing it. If you don't take any money from somebody until you've like gotten at least a little bit through the process, that's totally, you know, doable then. I think for a lot of artists, it's a great way of doing it. It's bad if I hear August and I immediately stun because of how I spent the last 2 years of role-playing her. Yes, especially anime titty. I'm not drawing an immodest August for you, Fox, okay? You are not paying me extra to draw an NSFW version of August, and then an SFW version on top of that you can post on Twitter to your gremlins, all right? You can't afford that. This isn't about morals. This is about money and capital and finances. Come on. You thought I was going to make a case about this, about how I wouldn't draw your hot Red Dead Redemption 2? Like, just fucking singing at the moon? But it's about money. Come on. August opens her mouth and she's NSFW. That's the fair. That's okay. Listen, I've been to your stream. Speaking of AI, anyone know different language apps are... Wait, anyone know different language apps that are free? Duolingo? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. What a version for Withers. You do not get to pay for an NSFW Withers. You don't. You know why? I'll just be honest. Because none of you can afford it. Listen, I'm Instagram famous now. I almost have 10,000 followers on Instagram. You think you guys are my client base anymore? Come on, I only work for Oilers and tech bros. You guys think you can keep up with them? Please. To pay for the base price and then the NSFW double modifier? Come on, man. You'd have to remortgage your house like my last client did. Wait, shit. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Damn it. Ah, fuck. Now they know why their VTuber's poor. Shit. Whoops. Whoops. Damn it, I've said too much. Ah, crap. Now you guys will find my my Pixiv account. Or what's the NSFW Pixiv? I forget what it's called. I honestly forget. I can't. This isn't me. This isn't a bet. I actually forget what it's called. Shit. He did indeed, Fox. Wait, what? You're saying there's a chance? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. There isn't. No. I've only ever done a couple of like tasteful NSFW pieces for people, and it's always a shame because I wish I could post it, but it's just not my brand, so I can't do that to my Twitter. I made the mistake last night during D&D of unmuting Luca on Twitter, and I couldn't fucking, like, I had to, dude. Holy shit. Poor Endrick, man. You can't draw furries, so who are these tech bros? Listen, there's a lot of tech bros that play Dungeons and Dragons, if you'd believe it, that are not furries. They're both really cool dudes. Almost, Nick. You almost got it. Whoops. Community funded? You're not crowdfunding NSFW Withers. Actually, you know what? Fine. If you want to fund the 5090 this month, sure. You guys want an NSFW Withers? Fine. Let's see it. You want that for the advent calendar? Jesus, for the summer swimsuit calendar. There you go. There's a bit goal down below. You have till June. Bite me. Also, a tip if you want to get started but don't want to feel overwhelmed is to do your character here. Comms is a lot simpler. I appreciate that as a good advice in general. I have a very negative opinion on your character here kind of work, and I don't recommend artists do it for other reasons, but I think that's definitely a good like tip for getting yourself in the door, I guess, if you want to have that kind of career. Damn it, Rob, thank you for the 5 subs, you goblin. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. The fuck. Thanks, bro. I don't know what that was for. It's not even part of the... God, happy belated birthday. Stop it. That was weeks ago. Wait, that was last week. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you, bro. Seriously, you don't gotta do that, man. I do appreciate it, though. It was very kind of you to try and support, you know, by hurling fucking subs and say, hey man, shut the fuck up, get in your locker, and I can say, yes sir. Thanks Rob, I appreciate it. Poor Rob, playing League of Legends again with Fishy, getting roped into that shit. Rip. Had so much potential and so much future. Reinstalled League, oh god. But yeah, I think your character here commissions are not conducive to growth as an artist, and I think that that's a priority that you should always have. I think your character here commissions are a way to commodify your art, and the more you commodify your art, the more at risk you are for being replaced by AI and Fiverr. And so I always personally tell artists that would want my opinion that they should avoid your character here commissions like the absolute fucking plague. Like it's gonna kill your career, because in my opinion it does. In a large way, but the thing is that it's good advice for lots of artists, which is why I said that was a good tip for getting started if you don't want to get overwhelmed. Even though I think it's an absolute mistake for a serious artist to do. Still good advice though. Duolingo basically running everything on AI, so now I'm doubting how much the language I'm learning is right. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know shit about that, Sleepy. Sounds like some shit that they would do, though, so... I don't know, man. Your character here is high money to low effort ratio for people early on. And that's why I think it's good advice. Because if that's the kind of thing you want, but the problem is that you are limiting and capping out, it's kind of like doing fan art in a way to grow following for original art, if you want to do original art later. Can help, but it also diminishes the way... Like... Okay, let me preface this by saying that quickly that I do not judge any artist for the kind of art that they make. It's their business, not mine. I can give advice based on what I've seen in the market. I might not agree with that, like the reason or the morals behind it, but from what I've seen, your character here is a great way for people to not take you seriously as an artist. This is what I've seen. And I know a lot of people will disagree with that, and that's a take that'll get you clipped and fucking canceled on Twitter. I think that's totally, you know, the risk. But from what I've seen and noticed the trend, I don't see artists that I like look up to their career doing that kind of work. There's a certain communication of a lack of ambition that comes from it, and it attracts the kind of client that just wants to purchase the art of their character. They don't value you beyond that point, which makes you at risk of competing with things like Fiverr and AI. And if you want to, which by the way, you shouldn't necessarily worry about that. Like, who cares if you want to compete with Fiverr and AI? Like, who the fuck cares, right? Like it's your career, man. I'm not going to judge you if you want to ward yourself against it or not. It's just in the modern era, it seems to be a talking point for a lot of people, is to how to avoid the effects of AI and things like that. And I think that the less you commodify your art, the more you are guarded against it. Whether it's right or wrong, whether it's morally, whatever, whether you should be able to or not, it's like again, if I have accomplished friends that do your character here art, and all the love and power to them. They do amazing art, and people love their stuff, but they do not have the kind of career that other artists that I know have in our sort of peerage that don't have to worry about the same issues. So it's good advice for a lot of artists, but depending on what kind of career you want and what kind of goals you have, I think it's dangerous. Which is why, again, I preface it by saying, yes, I agree, that's good advice for people. People should do your character here commissions to get a feel for it. But if it's my art student, it's somebody that I deeply care for personally, I'm going to do everything I can to prevent them from doing that, because I think that there's too much damage and too much risk in it from what I've seen. So, and I know that it's very popular and that's a very negative opinion to have, and people will get very like offended about it and won't like hear you out, and they'll just like get mad because you don't like the thing that they like. But I feel like it's irresponsible for me to not, like, at the very least say, this is a danger with this thing that I have noticed a lot. and a consistent issue that a lot of artists that I've seen have engaged in those kind of commissions have had. The like, why would I pay for your character here commission when I could just like upload the art I already have that you didn't design, that I was just going to give you, to Midjourney or whatever fucking program they want, and then boom, your character here. And then you have to compete with the whole like morals of AI. And I think that if your career is predicated on the moral side of like battling against AI, I think you've got a bit of a dangerous battle for you. Not that I don't think it can be done, I just think you're in for some rough days. You know, that's it. No, again, no personal judgments from me. It's just always a thing that I try and at the very least give you the information so you can make an informed choice on it, as opposed to feeling like you missed out on an opportunity and you accidentally like started a following based on one thing and regret it years later. It's like the risks of doing fan art or selling fan art even. Are the risks of selling fan art present? Sure. Should they matter to you? Probably not. Are they going to affect you? Likely not. But should you know the risks of selling fan art? Yeah. At the very least, yes. You know, you should at least know the risk of selling fan art. So 148 courses. Do you mean like for different languages, Sleepy? With like AI on Duolingo? I might have read that wrong the first time. I might have read that wrong. Oof. Rough. Well, alright, I guess. That's another one. It is inescapable at this point, Sleepy. The way to get a course to learn a language that doesn't have AI influence in it is probably to go find a fucking person to teach you. Whether we want to admit it or not, it's probably the way it works now. That's kind of the way all this shit works, whether we want it or not. The whole like AI situation's like really tough, and it's a big challenge for a lot of people, but problem is we're being forced to deal with it one way or another. The textbooks, there you go. Nothing like getting an old Genki Japan textbook and cruising. Nothing like it. Nothing better, if you ask me. Textbook, tape recorder, or cassette player, Jesus. Ancient 90s cassette tape on pronunciations. Learning all the incorrect ways to pronounce things that were taught to you, but no person actually speaks the language that way. And you have to embarrass yourself by being overly formal. Oh yeah, dude. That's great shit. That's good content for you. Alright. I'm going to try and be a lot more texture heavy on this at the first pass, so we're going to get a bit messy with the armor and cloak before I get back to the small little details, and I'm hoping this process is going to be a lot better for like creating better textures in pieces. We shall see if it works out. Going a bit saturated though. I feel like I'm a bit on the brighter side of things, but maybe that's probably okay for now. We'll see. We'll see if our illustrious client hates it. I think I'm gonna move though this next year to only accepting commissions in sketches while I try and figure out a different way to paint characters, as opposed to like colorizing these sketches, you know? What's up, Torius? Happy Friday. What's up, B-Town? Good to see you, dude. Happy Friday to you too, my friend. Hope you're living it up. Cruising, chilling. Doing the thing. Okay. Textures. Armor time. If I don't say texture at least once every 4 minutes, you need to remind me. That's the goal today. I'm gonna separate my layers for a second here to do some nonsense while we're building some colors into our armor. We're gonna keep it warm though. I think that's gonna be an important. Oops. Keep it warm to match with her hair and kind of skin tone and stuff, and then contrast the cooler but still fairly warm cape. 70F here, 20C. That's pretty good. It's apparently going to get up close to that today where I live, so let's go, dude. No more Arctic frigid Canadian weather until next week, probably. So, how you doing, Maggie? Good to see ya. All right. I think it works. Just for building some base lights instead of using just like airbrushes and shit like that. One shot group is going to be playing about 2 weeks. I'm nervous but excited. Hopefully they'll like it. I think they'll love it. You got nothing to worry about, entities. You're gonna do a phenomenal job, my guy. You got it in the bag. There's gonna be outside smelling the flowers. You guys got flowers already? Damn. We haven't got shit here, bro. We got shrubs. Dead shrubs with maybe a couple of buds on them. Just a few little green buds on the end of them, but that's it. That's it. Have a bit of a break at work. How are you? I'm doing good, dude. I'm chilling. I'm just enjoying the painting process. Feeling it. I'm in that space of painting, Maggie, where I'm kind of just being reckless before I have to like rein everything in. So, and it's Paladin. You know how I feel about Paladin, so you know, all in all, good day. All in all, successful art. Yep. If I do say so. Come on, shadow shapes. Let's go. Defined with texture. Let's do some pretty satisfying little metallic reflections and stuff through it. But before that, we need to do what we've done with all successful armor sets, and that's introduce a whole bunch of colors that aren't actually there into it. That's the theme, is to introduce a bunch of color that you paint over that you don't actually use, but has a bit of an underpainting for some of the light. It's like speed painting oils, kind of. We have honeysuckle spells everywhere and other blossoms from trees. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we have something where I live, or the city I grew up in, called lilac trees and bushes and stuff. And they always smell really nice for like 2 weeks. But the problem with those trees is that they're really pretty for like a couple of weeks, and then they're just like red and dead for the rest of the summer. They've got like sort of like fall looking red gross leaves for the remainder of the year. And I always think how nice it would be to have like lilac trees around your yard and whatnot, so that you could just have the nice smelling fragrant flowers everywhere. But then I'm reminded by the absolute desolation of it for the rest of the summer. And it makes me remember. Makes me remember the sins of want. I know summer's coming, but the star fruits on my tree are becoming ripe. So much yellow on that tree. You grow star fruit down there? That's sick as... Dude, holy shit, man. I would love to have, like, a garden where I could grow shit, like fruits and vegetables and stuff. Specifically fruits. If I could grow fruits somewhere... Like, one of my, like, billionaire mansion things I'm gonna have is, like, an indoor garden where I have a banana tree. You can't stop me. You can mock me, but you can't stop me. I will have my banana tree. We have trees here. The first flowers smell absolutely terrible. Ugh. I don't have anything like that here, I think. That I can think of anyway. Mangoes. Mangoes. Wonder if I could add bananas to my shopping list for tomorrow. Problem is bananas are so high in sugar and calories that I don't know if I can reasonably eat a banana, to be honest. I don't know if I can like willingly spend that much of my budget in a day on a banana. You know? May is the beginning of my summer cut, like my serious summer cut, and I've been on it for a couple more weeks, but I've slipped here and there on it. I haven't done my 10K a day or two now and then, things like that. But I'm back into May, man. We're doing May to October, one more serious cut. So we'll see where I get after another summer of monstrous cutting and starving myself for days on end. If I got moody on stream, tell me to go eat a banana or whatever. Your diet doesn't allow you to eat fruit. It feels weird. Yeah, I mean the problem is that like I can eat like berries and things like that, and they're very low in calorie. Like berries and there's lots of fruit that's super low, but bananas and a couple of others are like a lot higher than you'd think. And I always feel like, man, is this worth the calories? You know, I could have blueberries for the same amount of whatever, like strawberries, raspberries, blackberries. I mean, like, what's the difference? 100 grams of blueberries, calories, 100 grams. Blueberry calories in 100 grams is how much? 57 calories. Banana calories, 100 grams. 89 calories. So it's not breaking the bank or anything, you know? The problem with the banana, I find, though, is that you can't take a small amount of it. You eat a whole fucking banana. No one's putting a banana back in their fridge with saran wrap on the peel unless you're at least 74 and have, like, between 6 and 12 grandchildren. Okay? Unless crocheting is your main kind of, like hobby for the day. So, with your partner, what, just shove it at Ella? Say, here, wife, eat half banana because I don't want it. I could actually. I don't know if Ella likes bananas though. I don't think she does. She has to be in the right mood for it. She has to want a specific fruit or whatever. If she doesn't want it, she's very picky. So if she doesn't want to eat whatever it is that day, I'm like, hey, you want to split a mango with me? She'd be like, nah, fuck you. I'm like, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Half banana goes in the freezer bag of bananas for future use, but then they get all brown and gross, right? Right? If you freeze banana, even who keeps banana in the fridge? If you like cut half of it open and you put it in the fridge, bro. I don't know. You're just gonna put your nasty ass banana on the counter, just fucking getting brown and moldy and shit. God, you Europeans are so weird, Jacob. You make items that incorporate banana, like banana bread or muffins. Well, yeah, anything good that would incorporate banana would be far too high on my calorie budget for me to, you know. I ain't having no banana bread or banana muffins or nothing like that. Frozen bananas blended with soft tofu and cocoa for high protein mousse. Ooh. With sundubu. Or Japanese soft tofu. Because they are different. There is a difference between Japanese soft tofu, I forget the name, and Korean sundubu, which you make for or use for sundubu jjigae and other Korean soups. Is no gold? Did I say that right? I didn't say that right, but thank you for the follow. Thanks, dude. Welcome in. Honored to have you. Appreciate you. Bananas don't grow in Europe, so we don't eat them. Just apples and pears here. You don't import any fruit? Jacob, you've never eaten a pineapple in your entire life? You didn't even think a kiwi existed? Holy shit. I didn't realize it was so desperate in Europe. Right now, by the way, we're speaking for all of Europe, Jacob and I. I'm making accusations against the entirety of Europe, and Jacob's speaking for all of Europe, in case anybody's wondering. It's like when Mindari or Vixie come into stream and they have to answer for the entirety of the United States of America. So, Mr. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you to say, my friend. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored. I know we're trying to keep it warm, but I'm gonna add some blues in here as well. Just for our like messy scale here so we can clean it up and make it look better. You dried it out in the oven and make banana chips? I don't know you can do that. That looks like a cool idea. Maybe I should just buy a bunch of dried fruits. Is Evan Prime Minister now? Am I Prime Minister, Aya? For all of Canada? Yeah, sure, why not? Fuck it. I could do it. Hell, man. Like, you know? You can't fucking seem to come to consensus on who should do it, so I'll do it. You're right. Yep. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I appreciate that. Yo, actual legendary blessed Aya. Holy shit, man. You guys aren't following Aya, you're missing. Ah, damn it. No, stop. I'm trying to select. There you go. You're not following Aya, bro. What the fuck? God, keyboards. Actual legend. Gangster artist does only hot fan art of VTubers, her most recent piece. She couldn't show it because it was actually a hot art piece collaboration between her and I, where we did a Gargura x Cinder piece. I drew Gura and she painted Cinder, and we were gonna have it on our a collective release on both of our NSFW Patreons, but apparently they graduated or got canceled, so we can't fucking post that piece anymore. So, god damn it. Eldar world building, what fruits are available to people eat seasonal produce, or are trade routes sufficient that non-seasonal consumption are not restricted to the elite? They are restricted to the elite. Absolutely. If you want to eat Eldarin pineapple, you better have the gold for it. Holy shit. Now, are player characters ever influenced by this? No. They don't have to worry about it. But it's expensive. You know? And you're very impressed if you go to the inn and they have some sort of fancy fruit that you don't usually have. You know? That's like... That's definitely... Oof. The luxuries of eating fancy fruit in D&D, right? Graduated or canceled, are they on the same decision level? Ooh, I don't know. I guess there's one thing Gargura and Cinder both have in common. They're fucking gone. I can't wait until Gura starts streaming on Senezawa again, man. I can't wait. I didn't really ever watch much of Gura, but I liked Gura. I can't wait for her to start streaming on. I'm guessing, like, let the girl have her vacation or some shit. But she's gonna have like a big return on probably Senezawa, and it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome, and I'm excited for it. I wasn't all sad and shit when I found out big VTuber left big company. I was like, oh shit, we're gonna get more streams now. Cool. Yeah, cool. Well, let's bring back pineapple rentals to only have a display at parties to show off your wealth, even if you can't afford to outright purchase it. Ooh, is that a thing? I know people would buy pineapples to impress people. I didn't really rent them. Rent a pineapple, rent an ananas. Is that the... Okay. Well. All right. This is world building right here. This actual world building. See, we're kind... Look, all right. You know the armor's good or bad if you zoom out and it kind of looks okay. If you zoom out and it doesn't kind of look okay, you're fucking it up. But if you can simplify by squinting your eyes or zooming out and it looks kind of okay, you know you're on the right path. So... Now we did all texture. Now it's time to rein some of that shit in. Try and control the chaos. Maybe now's my chance to become the next fire-themed VTuber. Let's see. 112, 117k. Yeah, we could take her. Aya, we could absolutely take her. Yeah, you got this. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Spite, more like Sprite. Let's fucking go. Blessed Aya is just cindering for you to today with thighs of Cerberine? No, Fox shit. Damn it. I'm not getting this right, Aya. I'm sorry. I'll keep writing copy for the promo. I'll get there eventually, so. Your career's already over? Damn it, dude. Shit. You know, I'm gonna be finishing my I'm gonna be finishing my my VTuber model, my Alive 2D soon, and I'm gonna be hosting like auditions, and I want to invite all my VTuber friends to come audition for her as a for a video, and none of you are gonna get the part. So if you want to come with like I'm gonna everybody with their oldest, shittiest, most scuffed model to come audition for it, and then none of you guys will get the part, and I'll end up giving it to like one of my mods or some shit like that, or keeping it forever and just saying I can do being an anime girl better than all of you, and then just use it myself. So if you want to reinvigorate your career with a collab, I think you VTubers call it, where you all pretend to give a shit about a project and basically just talk about why your actual VTuber is better than the stupid concept for an hour in a fucking game show stream, I'm so down. Or like somebody wins the game show to like the audition game show, and then they just say they don't want it. That would be actually even better, to be honest. They didn't want your stinky model anyway, exactly, right? Well, I squint my eyes and you look, wait, and look, you look kinda okay. Well, there you go. See? Passes the sniff test if works for dark. You guys said I didn't know how to be a real artist. You guys said I didn't know how to actually art. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just reminding you said it. That's yeah. That's it. It's great to learn about and can inform the art for settings based on what produce is available. Well, it also informs the inns you go to. What kind of like, or the vendors. You know? Like old Galen's Island Grog. Whether or not that's available where you are in the world or not. I barely know how to art. I just decided to get out of art block again. You got in some art block? Oh man. Bro, you didn't tell me you were in some art block. Homies help their homies get out of art block. You should let me know. We would have collaborated drawing Gura X Cinder. Okay, that's the last one, I promise. That's the last one. I'm done. I'm done. Who are you running, by the way? This is a commission for somebody. Blue. So her name is Gloria. And she is a paladin of glory. Let's go. So, it's a quick little commission I'm doing this week. Because I kind of wanted to do a paladin on stream, so I'm subjecting you guys to watching the process with me. You're forced into it. That's awesome. You think so, B-Town? Yeah. We'll try. Your new model was like, my brain is dead. Wait, you finished? Wait. You're done? Hold up. Where's my Twitter One-sama? The blessed. No, where the fuck are you? Hold on. Fuck, can I find you? Not bring it up on stream and know better. All right. Wait, where it at? Have you shared progress recently, or is this like a debut thing? Oh, you haven't posted it? Okay, fair enough. Well, when you post it with the dumb cutout thing that's like 100 retweets and you'll see ankle, 200 retweets and you'll see thigh jiggle, let me know so I can fucking retweet this shit. 7,000 tweet posts? You are such a Twitter goblin. Holy shit. All right. I'm excited. Do you have a date for your re-debut? Oh, one sec. Hold on. Dog needs saving. Alright, it's alright, we chill. We good. We chill. Disaster averted. Problem avoided. Thing done. Wait, Aya, we don't have DMs yet? We don't have DMs? Aya, can we be GIF buddies? Can I send you an anime GIF once a day? Alright, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm invested. I'm emotionally invested in this. Why can't I expand Discord? What the fuck? Something's wrong with my computer. Okay, whatever. Dude, this looks fantastic. Holy shit. Man, the details. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Hold on. Chat, we need to find a GIF for an anime GIF for being impressed. Anime GIF anime impressed. Alright. Which one should we send? This is our first anime GIF we're sending to our anime GIF buddy. Which one should we send? Should we send Aya? From Spy X Family? What's her name? Is it actually Aya? I think it's Aya, isn't it? Or should we send the twink from Free over here? Aunt Anya, thank you. I had Aya in the brain. Let's do Anya because it's topical, alright? I don't want to enter because... Alright, we'll send Anya because it's topical. Alright, sick. Excellent first anime GIF. That looks amazing, seriously. I'm really impressed. You look incredible. You put a lot of work into it as well. And you know what? Sometimes people just like look at the product for what it is, and they don't recognize the amount of effort and passion that goes into it. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for like overcoming all the blocks and issues that would have come up during the arting process, for going through it, the motions, and getting a really, really sick design. This is really, really cool. I'm impressed. There's a lot of things you can do with different hairstyles and stuff too. There's a really good base for expansion as well in the future. Also, for the love of God, at least one of my Fox VTuber friends needs to have a redeem in chat that causes their tail to wag. And it's not going to be Vixie because she's lazy. So, god damn it. One of you need to figure this shit out, okay? God. That looks sick, dude. I shared my starting screen in your Discord that I'm working on. Did you? Did you? Did you? Did it finish work or feedback? Oh, you did! Wait! When was this? Yesterday. Dude, I can't open my Discord. Oh, wait, there. Oh, I fixed it. Oh, you did! I haven't been on my Discord all fucking day. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me... I'm the only one that gets to post links in my fucking Discord. Ha! Ah. Ha. I didn't even see that, dog. That's fucking sick. Alright, cool. Your ear is already on it. Oh, really? You will have a tail wag redeem? Okay, good. Good. God damn it. You'd think it'd be obvious, but yet here we are. Gotta go, eyes are blurry as hell. Ooh, geez, that's yeah, I get that. I have astigmatism too. So the art bar is up, Chaos. Be well, my friend. Please take care of yourself, and thanks for chilling. It was an honor to have you in stream today, and I hope you have the most delightful rest of your day and weekend. I'll catch you later. All right, we gotta control the chaos in this. We gotta manage the random textures a little bit. Collapse the singularity. Just a smidge. And then also reintroduce our chaotic texturing again, so... We're not getting rid of it fully, okay? I'm not stupid, alright? I mean, wait. I think this guy's flipping the bird. That one? Is that a shroud? That's a shroud emote, isn't it? Yeah. One more month until hurricane season? What's hurricane season like in Jamaica, Sleepy? How often do you have to, like, deal with a fucking hurricane? Like, seriously. Is it like a once every couple of years thing that you gotta deal with a hurricane? Or is it like 5 times a month or whatever? That shit sounds dangerous, bro. Doesn't understand why I live near grizzly bears. Live somewhere that has hurricanes. Holy. Holy. This is my cue to go back to VTubing. Is it your cue to go back to VTubing? I think so, Fox. I think so. What would you stream if you started streaming again? Would you stream more Red Dead, or would you do some other shit as well if you were a VTuber? I don't think the Red Deaders, I don't think they like VTubers. There's like different communities and different games that they don't want to follow an anime girl. They want to follow like a balding man or whatever. And I think Red Dead's one of them. So you gotta be careful. Unless it's your VTuber though, in which case, you know? News progress. Your art's looking delicious as always. The hatching and details are inspiring. You're too kind. God damn it. I'm honored. I'll being too nice today, man. Okay. I'm trying to do this all at once so that the video, the process video, looks somewhat like well thought out, I suppose. A lot of blues and golds in the armor. Thank you. Look, I'm trying, man. She gotta be a regal paladin. She gotta be a regal looking paladin. You're the paladin of glory, as they say, so. Red Dead and variety probably, though I don't think I'd have the model up for Red Dead, especially the type of stories I tend to have. Did you ever have like a model that you spent a long time? Because I remember one early model, but I don't remember what it like looked like all that well. It's been a while since the tiny spirit fox emerged. And then you can be another Fox VTuber that has a tail wag redeem for me to guilt Vixie with. Another example of a Fox VTuber that's just doing it better, right? Even Ulner has an Ulna wag redeem. Come on, bro. I used to have a Fox girl, but I don't remember what it looked like though. Was it like one, just like a V-Roid you made, or was it like a proper like commissioned model though? I'm having a real hard time remembering what she looked like. Get good Fox VTubers, right? Right? Come on, man. I thought it was obvious. We gotta do the zoom check again. Zoom out. Looks okay. Zooms in. Still okay. I have to fix something on here. I'll make a note because I'm not gonna do it right now. Sometimes you realize mistake only after you start coloring. Oh well. Bears cannot be compared to strong, windy rain. I think that bears, you're right. Strong, windy rain just takes out entire cities. Bears just sleep and don't like it when you mess with them. You're absolutely right. They can't be compared. Hurricanes are infinitely worse than grizzly bears. I agree. You were going to stop using V2 or stop V2 using before I went full commissioned model. Right. Okay. Well, it's time to get a model commissioned, Fox. Gonna get that live 2D going. Or you can audition for Project Amanogawa and be a Galaxy VTuber. For the very first Eldar and VTuber agency. My goal is to be like dual logs, but not abandon all my talents, chat. That's the goal, man. Okay. I have to maintain and manage this mistake as I'm going. Make sure it doesn't get out of control. I don't go too far in certain areas where I gotta fix things later. You join the agency, you think? Yeah, alright. Fuck it. Let's go. You'll get merch designs made for you and have no obligations. Yep. Except at least once a stream, you have to refer to me as the CEO scathingly and threaten to graduate if you don't get your way, and not actually specify what you want, but threaten to graduate regardless. So it'd be funny if there was a tail wag, but instead of the tail, it would be the rest of the body that wagged. The tail stayed still. It's a bit only redeem. Why we mostly have houses built out of concrete and cement here with earthquakes and hurricanes. All right, that makes sense. Yep. Where we have earthquakes and hurricanes, we don't build them out of cement. In fact, we build them out of, well, Florida would have their way, paper. Just well put together paper and paste glue, so. Listen, you got to build your home for the weather, for the climate, for the environment. Not just build it and hope for the best. Come on, Canada. It's time to start putting ACs in our homes. It's almost double-digit temperatures here. It's sweltering. I thought to graduate every day. I don't think anyone believes me yet. Damn it. Okay, well. You should graduate for like a weekend or something. Just see what your chat does. They probably like it. You survive a hurricane. It's less likely that you survive a grizzly if it decides it doesn't like you. This is a joke. I'm being facetious. Yeah. Yeah, Blaze gets it. Blaze understands. Very royal, very regal in this blue. I think we might need to take it down a little bit in saturation. Just a smidge. Really want to keep things a little bit warmer. So that's the difference. It's not like you can't, it's not that, even if I zoom in, it's not that noticeable. It's just enough, right? A little bit desaturated from where it was before. Even if I'm flipping through it, you can't really see it. Oh well.
Hey Evan,
oh well.
Have
yes,
you
hello.
Heard of the tragedy of Hapolina the Wise?
Of what?
No, I didn't think so. It's
Damn.
not a story the Jedi would tell.
God, not again. Not another story the Jedi wouldn't tell me. The last time they wouldn't tell me a story, entities, I ended up... Well, I ended up starting to stream, so I wish someone had warned me. But thanks for 100 bits and trying to warn me. I appreciate that. You got your bigs fixed? Oh, shit. There you go. Let's go. Thanks for bits, man. I appreciate it. Now it's a blue. Colors are bright and lovely. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks, dude. I'm glad you like it. I wasn't as bad? Wait, what? What? My community would probably rejoice and ask Soul to take over, to be frank. Ooh, yeah. Maybe the graduation threats aren't a good idea. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, oh man. That's right. I forgot about that part. I hear Soul's going back in the tank for work season, so wish him luck. Time to airbrush the shit out of this a little bit. Just to mute a little bit of the contrast on it. When we look at it from a billion years in the future, yeah, it's better. Oh shit, I wasn't doing anything down here. Oh, damn it. Damn it. I'm the worst artist I know, man. Few stories Jedis wouldn't tell. Episode 3 holds up surprisingly well. Oh, you saw it in theaters? That's awesome, dude. Man, I wanted to. It's probably not going to be in theaters very long, but that's sick. I'm glad. Glad the nerds were going out to see the movie. I've wanted desperately to watch it, like, again in theaters. After I watched Phantom Menace last spring, I wanted to watch the full trilogy again in theaters. Relive the nostalgic excitement of being 9 years old with the Star Wars movie coming out. Right, my birthday, he's back to animation jail. Oh man. Damn. Right after the birthday? Bro. Well, I want to rescue Soul then. Free him from his crunch work. Bears technically do have seasons 2, and we only have 2 hurricanes last year that we like in our first, right, that was like in our first time in 7 years. I see. Well, here's the thing. You can avoid a bear. A bear doesn't come to where you live far enough from a bear. All right? You live in your house, you stay in your house, the bear doesn't come to you. If you are just chilling in your house, the hurricane still, like, knocks on your door and says, hey, get up. It's almost as bad as a tornado. What do you mean almost? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Again! Damn it. There we go. I feel like I have my too light of a touch with my brush. Turns out I'm on the wrong layer. Keck. Maybe make the armor a little bit darker too, just a smidge in some of the areas. Comment on the bright colors, and then you said it was high contrast, trying to mute it, so I thought it was my fault. Oh, no. Well, it was just the blue needed just a smidge to be in line with the other colors. It was just a little bit too out there. You know, we'll brighten it up a little bit more towards the end, but the problem with working too bright too early is that it can get a little washed, and it was starting to wash things out a little bit. So it looked probably okay right where it was, but I could see the writing on the wall for it, and needed to mute it a little bit so we can do some like higher, you know, contrast highlights on it and stuff. Imagine having 1 and 2 tornado warnings a week for 2 months. Couldn't be me. That's oof. Gotta get to them cornfields, bro. Didn't episode 3 have one of the best opening weeks or weekends for a release of a movie? The best, wasn't it? Someone said that in chat yesterday, I think. Literally the best re-release of a movie. Opening weekend. People love that movie. Dude, the prequels are so good now. People, like, have accepted them. After all the, like, miserable 30-year-olds, like, aged out of relevancy in the internet. And now all the people who are 9 are now 30. People love those movies again. Funny that works. You say as my brother woke up with a bear in his backyard. Ooh. Yeah, that does happen. Bears only knock on your door to try and sell you fax machines, or when you haven't taken the trash down in a few days. Yeah, they're looking out for you, right? They're just looking out for you. There's nothing wrong with a grizzly bear. Come on, man. People only ever get dunked on by grizzlies when it's their fault, usually. Usually. Me, it wasn't nostalgia. It was watching the movie as an adult, looking at the small nuances of characterizations, then finding the cool memes like "Do It" and "Hello There." Yeah, those are a good one. Yeah, I mean, I think that Star Wars Episode 1, 2, and 3 got, I think, an unnecessary amount of hate at the beginning. And, like, I always had an unpopular opinion of defending them. I always did. I always liked those movies. I thought they were good, even for, like, the time. And I saw a lot of the kind of the mythological, archetypical storytelling that what George Lucas was trying to do with them, and I thought it was really rad. And there were things that, like, were like weird editing things or memes or whatever people like get obsessed about. The like some Anakin dialogue or whatever, or certain scenes. And I always feel like I saw the movies like past that or whatever, you know. Prequels were loved because now people know that there's worse trilogy. It is funny that a couple of years ago, when the whole like Bob Iger book came out, when he talked about how much they like kind of screwed over George Lucas in some ways, people were like, "Oh shit, sorry George, maybe we should have been more supportive, so you didn't feel like you had to sell it. My bad." Because like, don't forget, we as the fans did this. If there's like Star Wars that you're unhappy about, we did it. We asked for it. I love them when I saw them in theaters. I can't rewatch the first one anymore. It's rough. First part of Clones isn't great either, but the second half and Revenge are great. Yeah, I mean, I like the entire thing. I find them all like really rewatchable and great. Like, I don't know, episode 1's hard. No, I think it's fine. Yeah, I can see that, but I still like them. Same with painting minis, start with darker tones and highlight up. It's not just, well, yeah, so that's the base way of painting, I think, that a lot of painters learn for good reason. But it's not just about that, it's about also saturation, right? Because your grid of color goes in two directions. You know, it's like light to dark, well, in kind of three, I guess, to full saturation, really. You know, it's sort of like your mid-ish kind of versions of the color or whatever in the middle of the palette. You don't want to go too far to the saturated side too early in the process. So yeah, you start from dark and move up to your highlights, but I think you go up and then to the right is like kind of the best way to do the classical method of painting, because anytime bright highlights and saturation will both draw the eye, and the bright highlights are easier to control because you never usually go that bright. You kind of like stop somewhere around here before you like take it over to the saturated side of things. So, I mean, good painters. What do people do wrong? The pet the wrong part of the grizzly? Yeah, that's right. That's all they do. Is the grizzly likes it right behind the ears, just a little scratch, and they try and pet it on the back. So yeah, that's how you get it, man. People didn't like them because politics originally, from what I remember. The like boring politics were a thing that people didn't like, but I think a lot of people felt like the trilogy was a little too immature, too much like Jar Jar Binks and Anakin and whatever. I remember the criticism for Star Wars like really well. I remember that, especially because when I was like in my early 20s, I was working at a game store, and it was the unpopular opinion to like those Star Wars movies. So, I definitely had to defend them a lot, or defend my right to exist as a Star Wars fan by a bunch of like crusty old dudes that thought that everything about the prequel trilogy was irredeemable. And no, man, I think a lot of the criticisms I remember were about how like more directed towards kids that it was than the original movies. At least they thought. So, you know. I should say I can't rewatch one. There are some highlights, but it's rough in some parts. Fair enough. What we slowly dilute it with white or lighter shades to blend it, and we do very thin layers or coats. Yeah, like kind of washing it over. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Like, it's a good way of controlling it, I guess, very finely. You know, the trade war. It was a bit political, I think, but I didn't really ever mind it. You know, I thought there was enough of a balance between politics and lightsabers and shit. You love Jar Jar. He's your favorite Star Wars character, Diva? Let's go. People find Jar Jar too mature. They forgot the Ewoks. Well, so the argument is, and I don't know if this is enough of an argument to make it, but the argument is, from George Lucas and from people who defend this, is that the movies were always meant for kids. You were just 10 years old in 1978 or 1983 or whatever, whenever you saw the Star Wars movies. 79? 79. And you didn't mind those things. But now that you are like 35 and you see the new movie meant for 10-year-olds, you're like, what is this trash? I wanted a darker, grittier version. It's like all the people who fawned and frothed over The Dark Knight. That was an era of weird nerddom that I thought was kind of interesting. It was like the gritty era where everything was grittier. It was like gritty. It had to be gritty, man. You know, like it had to be like the new Battlestar Galactica, and everything was dark. The newest, like the last season of Stargate was so dark and gritty, and Batman Dark Knight was dark and gritty. And you had all these like nerd dudes in their like 20s and 30s, like embracing it and being like all high on themselves for being super dark and gritty, and they loved it, man. They loved everything about that shit. And so things like, you know, media meant for younger audiences, like Star Wars arguably was, didn't hit with them. And it's the kind of thing where like a lot of people talk about Pokemon is a good example. Well, we're gonna summon Ashy. Pokemon is a good example, I think, where by people who are 30 years old now who don't like the new Pokemon games, I don't know a single 10-year-old that doesn't think a motorcycle Pokemon isn't cool, you know. And so it's tough to try and to judge. Like, you love everything about the original Pokemon games because the decisions they made in a lot of ways, or the original Star Wars movies or whatever it is, you know, they were meant for you at the time. And now the movie, the whatever it is, isn't meant for you necessarily. And you don't enjoy it in the same way as somebody who is like already 30 with a 5-year-old, or like with a 10-year-old watching the original Star Wars trilogy, and now they're watching the new trilogy or the prequel trilogy with their grandkids, and they're like the entire time be like, oh boy, you know. But I don't know. But you can make like, that's the argument. But I think that you could make an argument that the new movies newer. I have a hard time saying that because I realize that Disney has newer movies, but the prequel trilogy, I think, does err to the side of younger audiences more so than the original trilogy did. So I think the criticism is kind of in the middle. It's kind of like somewhere in between, where it's like, yes, you probably shouldn't like hate on Jar Jar, because I don't know a 10-year-old that didn't like Jar Jar, but at the same time, is Jar Jar and the gags more absurd than the Ewoks? Maybe, like I probably somewhere in there. It's born the same month Star Wars was released in 77. Damn, bro. Damn. I hate the DCEU being gritty. Superman is supposed to be a beacon of hope, not despair. I like some of the darker, and by darker I mean slightly more edge stories. Like I think that some of the new 52 stuff, which was had a little bit of an edge to it, was good. But I think the one thing that DC has done well in the past is they've managed expectations for comics. If you want a really dark story, there's like Batman stories for that. But Superman's supposed to be a different kind of story. Spider-Man's supposed to be a different kind of story. Whatever, for different I know Spider-Man's Marvel. But you get what I mean. But I think that when people kind of have an expectation of everything being dark and gritty and like, you know, grown up and stuff, it's like Game of Thrones came out, and I think that everybody liked it because it was gratuitous, and the idea was from what I got the sense of being at a game store at the time, whenever you had a problem with the gratuity, people would scoff at you as if you're immature. So if you didn't want to see a dude beheaded, and if you didn't want to see some, you know, chick full frontal like every other episode, if you didn't want that kind of stuff, you were like, oh, I guess you can't take it. And they were very like satisfied with themselves for being like so mature and like, you know, developed and able to handle like these gratuitous displays, and they were very satisfied with themselves to that end. But I think that the problem is gratuity in a lot of ways is kind of lazy, and it's good for shock value occasionally, but the more you use it, the less it sort of like, the less emphasis it has, I think. And the more it just becomes like kind of low-hanging shock value for you to grab onto. So I don't know. I think it's kind of thing where it's like, I think that like a romance scene is a lot more steamy and interesting if you're not just like seeing it, right? And I think that a violent kind of death is sort of like almost better if you're seeing like the reactions of other people, because the imagination, the mind can conjure a better image than they can display on the show, right? Without any of the friction that comes with it in some ways, which is really tough. I mean, but this is the way artists paint. You know, artists don't paint what is there. They paint like, you want to know what sets you apart from a good artist? because you're a trash artist like me. Now, you want to know what sets great artists apart from the rest of us? It is the understanding of how to paint something so that the brain fills in the rest of the gaps. When you see a John Park, like 20-minute painting or whatever, and you look at this like master painting of like, I don't know, what's a speed painting? I think this might be a speed painting. Yeah, this is a speed painting right here. This took John Park less than 2 hours guaranteed. And I'm probably going to err closer to the side of 45 minutes, but these kind of speed paintings he would do a couple a day and post them now and then. This doesn't take a good artist very long because he understands how to make an image that your brain fills in the gaps for, and you know what you're looking at better than someone who tries to draw every little facet of a you know, a castle or whatever it is you're looking at. The way the light works, the way everything kind of just like, you know, pulls together. You understand what's going on here. This is definitely one of his 20-minute sketch or 20-minute paintings. 100%. 20 to 30-minute paintings. This one is maybe another example. This one definitely is as well. But if you like look at this and you think about it, you kind of squint your eyes, this looks like a photo in a lot of ways. Larger concept pieces have the same sort of vibe for them. So the same thing I think is true in storytelling. If you let the brain fill in the rest of the gaps of what is there, I think it's better. So it's why D&D, you can't, if you want to do horror in D&D, you can't do like jump scares and slasher. Because if you like start describing, you're like, and then his blood oozes out of his brain matter, and when you start like going in depth on it, it's just kind of like okay, it's like a little lame, like it's a little cringe, right? It's just weird. And then if you also try and have like no DM RPs the romance scene, all right, and if you do, you need to find your D&D group. And I think that letting the imagination take the rest of the story for you past the point of gratuity, gratuitous violence or gratuitous nudity, I think that that's a better and more successful thing. But people were very they saw how the gratuity would make other people uncomfortable, and they would think like, oh, if I'm not uncomfortable with this, that means that I'm more refined and sophisticated, mature and whatever. And I saw that a lot with the Game of Thrones audience when it first came out. The criticisms against Game of Thrones being too gross or too whatever was like, children, get out of my serious adult, you know, fantasy. And you're like, okay, dude. And like, there's part of that then with like growing up too, is you want something to be more mature and to make you feel like it's made for you more. But when it comes to something like Star Wars or whatever, or media made for fucking 10-year-olds, I think it's good to always have an idea in the back of your head of like, yeah, I'm going to play the new Pokemon game, but I'm not going to judge it very harshly because it's not meant for a man who's 35 years old. It's meant for a kid who's 12. So like Berserk with every single character. Well, that's a good point. That there is like, sometimes you get that kind of gratuity and it's like, all right, you know, chill out. You get that in anime a lot too, or sorry, certain manga writers love that, like Berserk and other ones. Darth Maul's my Boba Fett, and I mentioned it before, my husband's favorite is Boba Fett. Let's go, dude. I remember Darth Maul, my mom was like worried that I'd be too scared of Star Wars. I mean, I was 9, that reasonable, I guess, fear. So she shows me this magazine cover. She's like, the new Star Wars, when he hit, like, this is the villain. Is he too scary for you? I'm like, no, Mom, I'm good. I want to see lightsabers. Let's go. So good for her looking out for me, I guess. But New 52 hardcover collections are amazing. Not all the titles, but the core, Bats, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, really, really good. I have a book that I treasure that is all the issue ones of the New 52 in a hardcover that I got when I was at the gaming store. I love that shit, man. It's a great book. I love Brandon Sanderson as a writer. All his stuff is without needing the adult stuff. You know, it's so interesting you say that, Blue, because Ella feels the same way. Ella has wanted fantasy she could read for years. And every time, look, if you like Sarah J. Maas stuff and you like your spicy whatever, that's fine. It's not for everybody, and it certainly isn't for Ella. She's not someone that likes that in her fantasy media. So all of her friends giving her book recommendations and whatever, it's always like fantasy smut with plot. And I've been trying to find like an author. I buy Ella a fantasy book now and then to like try and find something that she really likes. And Sanderson was it for her. So I bought her the beginning of Mistborn, and I bought her 3 entry points into Sanderson, into the Cosmere. I bought her Mistborn, book 1, I bought her Warbreaker, and I bought her Way of Kings. Because I know you can enter into the Cosmere in any of those places. Did I just spill water all over me? I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Just my glove. And she loves it because it's like actually, you know, good fantasy without a lot of the distractions, I guess, that people like these days. Episode 3, the death scene for the Jedi on Felucia was so excessive. Felt like the clones hated her, unlike the other Jedi deaths. Damn, poor Ayla Secura. Yeah, poor Ayla. Ayla. There's 2 A's in Ayla. I had beheadings and disembowelments at the time. No romance, which is fine. You can have that kind of stuff as long as it's not like you could, like, that's the thing. Is it gratuitous and over rendered in the visuals and the description? Do you spend like 5 pages talking about, you know what I mean? Or is it just kind of a thing that you kind of have as like a, that'd be really shocking or whatever? You know? Death was your favorite Sith, really? Or favorite in general? It's also the problem with Legend of Korra. The first Avatar series was deep without having super dark stuff, and Korra tried too hard. I've heard that from more people recently, because I think Korra has been getting a weird resurgence in relevance recently, and I've heard that from a lot of people. Is that Korra tried too hard to make an Avatar for the adults, for people who'd grown up watching Avatar, and now they're older, and now here's a more mature Avatar. But the problem is that they didn't really manage the expectation of, like, you know, keeping the core of it, I guess, which is fair enough. I mean, that's like definitely probably an issue with a lot of media for like a growing or aging up audience. Is like, what do? You know, all your fans. It's why Pokemon's so interesting. Pokemon, it will be around forever because it survived not 1 but 2 generational leaps. 2 generations of people played Pokemon. You had original people who were teenagers, who were like Gen Xers, who then had, you know, old Gen Zs or you know, young Gen Zs or millennial, I don't know, whatever, had a generation, and then they got into Pokemon. And then you now have a new generation of then their kids getting into Pokemon with the new stuff. So Pokemon has survived because they never had to age it up. They just kept it meant for fucking 10-year-olds forever. And it sucked because when your 10-year-olds were 17, they weren't playing Pokemon. But then the next range of 10-year-olds, they started playing Pokemon and collecting cards and stuff. And it's like, if you can do that, you've got a franchise for life, I think. You know? I feel like so many folks would have such an easier time if they had perspective about media. Think about if you're the intended audience. I totally agree. I think you're right, Sleazy. It's good to see you, bro. Thankfully for Sanderson, there's so much to read. Yeah, Ella's like going through the Cosmere fast. She's progressing worthily, but still taking her time on some of it. So heads fly off and rolls behind something to move on to the next bad guy, right? Yeah. Good to see you, Ernesto. Yeah, your 8-year-old plays it. It was the first generation, technically. Yeah, I mean, I was like 6 or 7 when Pokemon first came out. So for me, my favorite one was Generation 2. And guess what? I was 10 when that game came out. So, you know, kind of want to read fantasy books with light lemon/smut, but don't know where to start. I'm more of a fade to black type though. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's no middle, you know, there's no like little ounce of spice. You either get Sanderson or Sarah J. Maas. I'm not sure if there's any in between with it. I don't know. Oh, if that Pokemon doesn't grow up, give me a stupid ass motorcycle. But then I recalled, how would I feel about that if I was 10? I was like, oh, I'd probably think it was pretty rad, to be honest, you know. So it lets me chill out. Like, I'm not, even if I don't engage with something fully because it's not like meant for me, and I'm like, okay, this is a little dumb, I wouldn't ever say that it's bad. But I think that there's like a meta of people who are not intended audiences for things talking about how bad something is that's meant for the new intended audience. That's the entire idea behind sort of the prequel trilogy getting hate from a bunch of 30-year-olds, I think, is that in some ways, again, you can defend both sides of this. You can make a good argument for both of it. But the defense mounted from George Lucas and people who are close to that project was basically that Star Wars was meant for 10-year-olds. So if there's a bunch of 30-year-olds that are mad about Jar Jar Binks, like, get bent, I guess. You know what I mean? So, read a book from each and find out which I like most. Yeah, that's fair. And for me, around Gen 4 or 5, all the Pokemon that doesn't exist in my brain. Yeah, that's reasonable too, you know? But objectively, are they still good games? Well, clearly, because 10-year-olds are always still, you know, Gen 1 and 3 was the best. I think so as well. I think Gen 1 and 3 were for me were the best as well in that range. I don't remember when. I think I was about 17 or 18 when Diamond and Pearl came out, so that'd be probably why. Diamond and Pearl was kind of the beginning of the end for me, for a while anyway. And then obviously, like, I didn't play very. I mean, I played every game when it came out. It was exciting and shit. Or maybe no, maybe I think I was 17 or 18 when Black and White came out. I think I was still in high school. I don't remember, but I agree. For me, being, you know, an OG Pokemon diehard from when I was a kid, Gen 1 through 3 is probably the best designs, I think. You know, there's like cool designs and stuff in new games, but is it really the original kind of charm for me? It's probably lost it a little bit, and that's okay. I'm not the intended audience. I certainly fucking hope that Pokemon isn't trying to make games for 35-year-olds. I certainly hope Pokemon maintains their idea of making games for 10-year-olds. Because then if you change it too much, the thing is that, like, I think the issue you run into is if you change your media to age it up for the new adult audience or the growing or the aging audience, the problem is you will never capture them like you did when they were 10. So almost anything you do will be a disappointment to them. Whether it's actually a technical disappointment or not, like whether you're dealing with a Legend of Korra type situation where you can say objectively it was bad or whatever. I don't have opinions on Korra, by the way. I'm just recounting what a lot of people have said about it. But people think that Korra is like not just not for them, but objectively a bad avatar. It's like, okay, sure, man. And I don't know if it is or not, or if it's just people were trying to expect to get the same thing out of it that they were getting when they were 15, when they watched Avatar for the first time, or whatever, you know, age they were when they watched that formative media. And like, I have this with anime too. Like, anime is not meant for me anymore, and that's okay. I want to try and still, like, you know, follow along with and kind of, you know, try and engage with the hobby at least a little bit if I can, and I want to get that back a bit. But I'm also not mad that I don't feel like that. I feel like there's sort of a distance between me and anime as a medium. You know, like, that's okay, right? That's okay. I'm a grown-ass adult. If Demon Slayer doesn't resonate with me, but every 7-year-old in Japan thinks it's the coolest thing ever, like, let's go. Clearly it's one of the best animes of all time. I don't know. I was trying to get too stuck in my head about, you know, the nostalgia for things like clouding my vision on whether or not something is still good or whatever. I do think the media in general is less interesting and less good than it used to be. I think it's been too, in some ways, what's the word? Corporatized? Anime, media, movies, games, whatever it is, one of the big problems is that there's too much money to be made by them now. So the projects are too big and they're not willing to take risks anymore. You know, for Sega Dreamcast, they were willing to try different games. For like World of Warcraft, they were willing to try a different game. But now, you know, if you tell Rockstar they have to invest $1 billion into a game, if you tell CD Projekt Red Cyberpunk's going to cost $750 million, they're going to say, we're going to make a game that is going to work. You know, this is what happened with Ubisoft. And if you're too careful for too long, people don't like what you do anymore. And I think that we're suffering from that right now. But I think that, like, maybe there is now a resurgence of people who are kind of willing to, and studios kind of willing to invest again in something new and different, being the kind of the status quo. So there's definitely an argument for media not being as good as it used to be. But there is also lots of stuff that comes out that just isn't meant for me anymore, and that's okay. Dan, haven't watched it. Must Vamoose, I know that I spelled it wrong. Happy arting. Blue, you're awesome. I'll catch you later. Everybody go follow Blue Panda. Go follow Blue Panda. You need to get better at shouting streamer friends out. The demand change, I think part of the schism with Star Wars fans beyond the culture war stuff is that it's matured Media needs development differently from when we were kids. Some of us want more serious, gritty items. Some of us want the meat at the same time. It's the franchise for 10-year-olds, which is tough, you know? And you know, kind of interesting though, because in some ways you could say that the Star Wars that they're currently making in TV show format is actually pretty good. Because one of my mods has announced formally that Andor Season 1 was the best Star Wars ever made. I think that take is fucking cooked, but I respect it, you know? And I like that there is something for him, and there's something for other people now in Star Wars. That not everything has to be for one person. You don't have the same kind of media for everybody. Obviously, things like Acolyte might deviate too much from the norm. I don't know. I didn't watch Acolyte because it was too much of a deviation for me, and people just said it was fucking trash. Maybe I will at some point in time if I have time. But I haven't watched Andor Season 2 yet. I haven't watched the end of Bad Batch. There's lots of Star Wars I haven't watched. But it's nice that they do have sort of that like real games that don't deviate much from, yeah. And then they also trusted the wrong people for Assassin's Creed Shadows, so that sucks, you know. Two like a problem and then a killing blow for them. I'm still salty at the fact that when Pokemon came out, a friend of mine in elementary was a Japanese and got gifted me a Japanese green version because mom was in military, had to move around, and it got crunched in the box that my mom packed. Oh, God. That's devastating. That's formative, like, year trauma. Are you kidding? Holy shit, dude. Animes become too similar. There's so many following the similar formula, like Beast Tamer or Kicked Out of the Party being strongest somehow. And sure, and that's part of the issue though, is like how expensive is it to make an anime show? I actually have no idea. I don't know the answer to that question. How much is it on average to make a 12 episode anime? You know? And they're not going to now take risks in making really different stuff that deviates from what people want. Because ultimately people kind of want familiarity, and they don't people don't know what they want. You have to tell them what they want as a creative. That's what we want from creatives. I don't know what I want, but I want to be dazzled and amazed. Tell me what I want. Show me the thing that I didn't know I want. Which as a creative, sometimes you have to then disregard when people say, hey, I don't necessarily want that thing. You have to be like, bitch, you don't know what you want. Let me finish and let me cook. And that's fair. You have to do that as an artist, I think. I'm trying to get better at doing that. And people are like, well, actually, that was pretty good. Never mind. But in the same way, like, people will tell you they want one thing over and over and over again. If you don't want to risk anything, you just make that thing. Of course, if the money is too high and the investment's too steep, you know, you're going to make an anime based on a successful manga that had a lower cost and barrier to entry. That's why manga is still doing well. So like I haven't read any manga in the last couple of months or whatever, but within the past 3 years, I probably read way more manga than I watched anime because it was interesting and new and different. You get different shit. And they take the successful formula from that and they put it into an anime that then goes back and sells more than manga episode or issues, and it all feeds in with itself. You don't get weird shit as often out from the like, where'd that come from? What the fuck is this thing? You know, because there's just too much money investment in it, I think. Baldur's Gate and Claire Obscure 33 is showing the industry they need to watch out. Well, Sven made a very good speech at the Game Awards this year, basically saying the game of the year is not going to be some bullshit. And I everything that I've said about money and creativity, that guy, Sven, has the head of Larian Studios, has said in a better way. So like, I always said that cashing out of your creative endeavor was for cowards, right? If you make a Kickstarter and your Kickstarter makes $1 million and you cash out and just go buy a boat, you're a coward. Now you have $1 million to do an even better project that'll make you $10 million. And if you're like the greediest money grabbing goblin ever and you just want to have the most amount of money ever, then the best solution is to just continue to make cool shit. The Mr. Beast formula, right? But Sven worded it way better, where he said, money is not the end game of creative arts, it is the fuel for them. And it's like, yes. So as you know, I do one project and it gets better and it gets better and better and better. I have a whole stepladder plan of going from making a free adventure that you guys can play all the way through Kickstarters and things to cool projects. Because I think you just have to keep reinvesting if you have confidence in yourself and what you're doing, you know? Well, that anime is broadly ranged. There are series made for kids. There are also series made for adults. So they just tell stories that can shine when paired with animation. Yeah, true. I mean, it's a great industry. I find it's a little choked right now. But I still have faith in it, I guess, you know? I'm criticizing with love. Seeing movies Thunderbolts is great, is it? Best Star Wars is Clone Wars, having the best originals and prequels and such. Clone Wars is good. Personally, my favorite Star Wars was actually video games. It was actually Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, I think. And like maybe some other like entries or whatever. Cannot accept the newest 3 Star Wars movies is canon. And like there's a lot of people that feel that way, and I realize that it kind of like once it's out of the hands of the creator, you can kind of take from it as what you want. And so I'm not mad at new Star Wars movies. I can still watch them. I can put on it like every weekend. I typically put on a movie on that TV to work to at least once in a while. And so I'll watch all 9 Star Wars movies, mainline, and then like all the extras, probably like 1 to 4 times per year. More like for the prequels and the originals, probably more like 5 or 5 to 10 times. But still, I can still watch the new Star Wars movies. I don't hate them. I'm not mad at them. And I had to let go a lot of that like coveting nerddom to realize that like, oh yeah, like fan fiction's great. You know, fanfic's awesome, right? You also not like or care for them. Canon arguments are meaningless. I don't think they're meaningless, sleazy. I think that I understand where people make a case for canon arguments. I think that if you are too covetous of canon arguments, I think that's a bad thing. But I understand and empathize very, very much with people that want the thing that they're watching to fit in nicely and to feel official and to feel real, right? There is definitely a value I think some people derive from that. And fair enough, you know? I think we all derive that value in different things. We value it in some things and not in others. People want to buy the right brand or the right designer. People want to buy the correct edition of whatever, or you know, I get it. People have preferences for those things. So I don't think it's entirely meaningless, but I get where you're coming from. And I think that people who worry about it too much are maybe like stopping themselves from enjoying the like, wow, that was cool. That TIE fighter got blown the fuck up, man. That was rad. You know, I can watch episode 9 with popcorn and be smiling the whole time. Like, wow, he's got lightning and shit and look at him go and whatever. Even though I'm not really a fond of any of post trilogy Star Wars that is not Heir to the Empire. Right? When Disney bought Star Wars and they said they were going to make a trilogy, I remember I was at the game store that afternoon and we all were like, oh my God, we're getting Heir to the Empire movies. We're getting Thrawn, we're getting Mara Jade. Oh my God, he's going to be amazing. And then when Disney said, yeah, we're not canonizing any of that, we're removing all that shit, we're like, oh, okay. Concerned, but I'm sure they'll like, what are they going to do? Not make Heir to the Empire? Not knowing Lucas had his own treatment that wasn't anything close to Heir to the Empire, you know? I get it. I get the argument, you know. I'll not watch Rise of Skywalker again. Fuck that. You don't like it? You can't just watch the silly spaceship movie? I don't know. I think it's okay. But I get where you're coming from. I was mad at the new stuff for a long time. And I tried hard to let it go when it got in the way of me enjoying stuff, you know. But not that anyone should feel the need to do that. You know, if you don't want to like it, you just don't want to engage with it, like totally fine, right? I have that with like World of Warcraft. Sometimes I'll have somebody, like a friend of mine, an old Warcraft player, a friend that I know, like ask me like, I can't believe you still play World of Warcraft. I'm like, yeah, man, I did some delves. It was cool. I like hit my button. It was a big number. It was fun. They're like, but they removed all these things and the progression and someone lists all the problems that like I have with the game now. And I spent a lot of time being very sad because I couldn't be excited for anything. Everything was ruined. Star Wars, Warcraft, D&D, like Lord of the Rings now, Marvel, everything gets ruined and you're like just mad about everything. And I was just super mad about everything. I wasn't enjoying anything. And now I try and just like take it slow, just play it for what it is. Although it hasn't like mended the wound in my chest of like wanting there to be these things that I feel are like really exciting and awesome, that I can be really enthusiastic about. I'm still trying to enjoy things for what they are. I'm trying very hard to do that. So definitely enjoying it. One of the all-time factories of scenes was Luke Skywalker force projecting like an absolute legend, which is cool. You know, I thought that was dumb that killed him, but you know, again, like I said, it was cool. Sure, right? You can RP Heir to the Empire trilogy. There are source books for them from West End Games. Really? For the old D6 Star Wars system? Yeah, I mean, like I love Legacy era. Like there are 2 eras, if you don't know much about Star Wars, that are before and after the trilogies, called Old Republic and Legacy, and they made comics for them that are really good. The comic books for those for Legacy and Knights of the Old Republic, dude, are real good. The games set in them, the RPGs. There's also like RPG source books for the Saga Edition game that Wizards made for Legacy era and post Imperial whatever. They're cool too. Consider Rise of Skywalker to be one of the worst blockbusters of 2010s. That movie and David Ayer's Suicide Squad. I never saw that one. Yeah. The Thrawn Trilogy sourcebook for West End. Oh yeah. All 3 Air, Dark Force, and this Last Command. That's cool. So much of it that can be hard to find the ones for you. Yeah, you're right about that, Salesian. It's tough to find, I think. I'm gonna try this season to watch a couple of shows. I think I'm gonna try my best to force a couple of anime down my eyeballs, my eye holes. Just to like chill out and enjoy some like silly, you know, TV show, whatever nonsense that I can just have fun and turn brain off and not necessarily worry about whether or not it's the most meaningful, productive storytelling in the history of humanity, or whether it's just like, you know, some popcorn. But like, don't get me wrong, I do miss having that thing, whatever that thing is, that I can look forward to. Like, you know, if I'm being real, man, I was never happier as a consumer of things than I was during the golden age of Blizzard Entertainment. God, man, if you were a Blizzard game enjoyer in the 2010s, holy fuck. World of Warcraft was on fire. Here's the Storm was amazing. StarCraft 2 and the esports out of it, I could watch it forever. GSL, Code S, you know, streams on Twitch. StarCraft 2 is the reason I created a Twitch account in 2011. You know, you could play Overwatch, had just come out and was amazing. Hearthstone was a fun game you played on your phone. Diablo 3 was an unreasonably good RPG when it came out. And you could just enjoy everything. You go to BlizzCon, you're wowed by everything. Oh, cool announcement for this, cool announcement for that. Esports, this big, like, the best BlizzCon, I think, was maybe the first or second year that they did the Overwatch World Cup. So it would have been 2000 and like maybe 16 or something like that. StarCraft 2 WCS was popping. Everyone was playing StarCraft 2. Twitch was full of StarCraft 2 pros. There was YouTube VOD replays and whatnot. Overwatch had an amazing esports competitive scene. The game was fun. It was optimistic. Overwatch League was on the horizon. Watching Overwatch League was something I did all the time. Here's the Storm was so fun to play. You could just jam games. There's new heroes coming out all the time. Warcraft was, depending on how you felt about certain expansions, was still a good game. You know, do you like WoD? WoD was not my favorite expansion, but I still found enjoyment in it. I didn't hate WoD as much as everyone else did, but I certainly didn't like it as much as you know, I did other expansions. That's 100%. So I didn't like WoD, but I didn't hate it. I was like middle of the road. I was happy to farm mounts and do old raids and stuff and just chill out in WoD, but I didn't raid or anything in WoD, and it kind of sucked for that. Dude, and being excited for every new announcement was awesome. And you didn't have to kind of like, you know, chill out or like try and like I'm sitting here trying to defend why I'm able to watch a Star Wars movie, or defend why I'm able to like play a video game now that people like don't like or whatever, or defend why you know, back then it was like there was no, like, everyone was just playing the same games and loving the same shit. It was kind of, I guess, similar to maybe the Fortnite era. If you were a Fortnite player, I never was like into that shit. That was like Zoomer shit. But I guess if you were in that age range, it was great. Where everybody was just excited about the thing, you know? That was that for me. And then, like, I mean, at the same time, like, Harry Potter movies were still coming out in the 2010s, I think, around there, in the early 2010s. Lord of the Rings was like still fresher. Star Wars was still fresher. There were Star Wars games all the time. You just be excited to do shit. You know, you're just excited about things. Nothing was like ruined at the time. You know what I mean? Yeah, Thorkin gets it. StarCraft 2 is so great. Me too. Yeah, SC2 was amazing. I always wanted to get a Slayers jersey. I never got one. Fuck. I love wearing esports jerseys. I'd love to get a Team Liquid and now a TSM jersey. Because I'm now a TSM fan as well. I was always a TSM fan, but now I'm even more of a TSM fan. I'd love to get like a Liquid and maybe an EG and a TSM jersey. I don't know. There's a couple of big esports orgs that I love. right? Probably still can, probably. Yeah. I don't know. Biggest problem with the sequels that they basically made the plot of the originals and the whole rebellion pointless just for the sequels to have a new republic and fought for 20-ish years. Yeah, sure. A lot of people had different problems with the movies depending on whatever. So, I don't know. 2010's word era for media, 100%. Yeah, an insane era. You know, great Pokemon games were coming out. Nintendo was doing well. The Wii U was like meh, but you don't worry about that, you know. That was just the whole thing over there. Yeah, and I mean, like part of me is thinking that there's a renaissance, a resurgence. I think that the companies are starting to realize that Yoda was right. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to advanced and rapid success at a price, and isn't more powerful than the light side, you know? And so I think foolishly, and at least somebody in chat today is going to tell me I'm wrong, or tell me my take is cooked. And then fair enough, you're welcome to, by the way. I'm not preemptively mocking you for saying that. But I don't think gacha games and like monetization and microtransactions are going to be the end all be all of gaming. I think if you're the greediest money goblin ever, the best way to make the most amount of money ever with video games is to make the best fucking video games possible. You know? And eventually, right? And I think that's starting to happen again. I think Baldur's Gate is a show of that. I think games like Path of Exile and studios that are trying to like create value again for people. Movies and stuff are starting to be like kind of good again, you know? And I think we've gotten past a big era of like really bad regurgitated media. And I think we're getting back into a new era. And like I want Eldara to be like a Blizzard at one point in time. I want people who are a fan of this thing that I'm building, of this world and the franchise of the Realms of Eldara. I want you guys to be able in 20 years to have the best. I want the best video game that gets released every year or every couple of years whenever we release a video game to be a Realms of Eldara RPG. I want to make RPGs that feel like Dragon Age and Mass Effect did when they first came out. I want to make RPGs that make you feel like you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 again for the first time for video games. I have a vision for an Eldara movie trilogy that would be like our or our kids' generation Lord of the Rings, you know? And I want to do stuff that I'm excited about again, whether it's trading cards and D&D modules and movies and games and whatever. And as successful as my project grows, I will just always reinvest it to do cool shit, you know? And I know it's dumb and ambitious, and like people get mad at you and you're ambitious and stuff, and I should really not talk about it because someone gets kind of up about it, and that's fair enough. But that's like part of my main goal for like my project and for making Eldara and stuff is like, well, if no one else is gonna make some cool ass fantasy shit, I guess I'll do it. It's not just that. Obviously, I have a story in me that I want to get out, and even if there was cool stuff, I'd want to add to it with my own kind of interpretation of like fantasy and media and whatnot. But no, man, I'm like kind of weirdly optimistic about the future for like media and games and things like that. I think that people are speaking up and showing that if you take your players seriously and you try and build the coolest thing possible, that's the way to earn the most amount of money. And the cookie cutter, you know, open world, whatever bullshit garbage game that you get every other year is just not the way to do it, man. People want an actual good, like take a risk. You know, there's like a term for investments. I forget what it is, but I think it's like the biggest risk is to not have exposure to a market. I think it's something along those lines, but it basically means that the biggest risk you can take in investing is to not is to not take risks in some ways, at least some risks. And I think that's like if you're motivated by fear because you've got a board of directors that nobody wants to have a bad year and nobody wants to release a video game that might not be well received, you know, I totally want to release bad video games and bad movies and bad whatever things. And I want people to say, that wasn't for me, man. And I want to go get up on stage at EldaraCon the next year and be like, hey, man, I guess a lot of you fucking hated the movie we made last year. Fair enough. For you guys that loved it, hope you loved it. But just so you know, we're going to now, you know, try some other shit. It's going to be rad. Because your players, your users, your viewers, your readers, your listeners, your watchers are never going to like everything you do. But like, good God, if you don't take risks on shit, you're just going to do like, man, I don't know. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to be on my worst behavior if I get into it. I got to chill out. But I want to do cool shit. I want people to be happy and go on adventures and tell stories and have the best fucking time ever. Not dumb at all. I appreciate that. EldarCon when? Eldara has had one convention. EldarCon 0.5 happened where the mods came to Calgary, Alberta, and we all hung out because I live close to Calgary. EldarCon as a serious thing, it will actually happen at some point in time in the future. Whether it's next year or the year after, there will be an in-person EldarCon. And it's going to be awesome. But it's going to be after I do my first initial Kickstarter, after I do a couple of things, then it's going to be the most scuffed convention, air quotes convention, and it'll probably be at the same time as another event or whatever that's worth coming to the city for anyway, you know? Like Vancouver Comic-Con or whatever, something like that. I don't know. Or we'll go to fucking somewhere where there's Disneyland or some shit, so it's worthwhile. But yeah, no, EldarCon is. I mean, if I search the word in my computer, if I search the word EldarCon, there's probably like dumb promo media that we've made, because EldarCon was an idea that I want to do. The first EldarCon is online. Oh, it was. Yeah. The first one was the first EldarCon was the main stage thing that I did. So I guess the next Friday is kind of like a mini EldarCon where I have announcements and shit. So there you go. Look at Elden Ring, knocked it out of the park, man. Exactly. Yeah. Right? You know, and that's big. The games are starting to get good again, I think. There's nothing wrong with being ambitious. So the problem with being ambitious is that people often take ambition as an insult, I think. Especially if you want to hear like a lot of very lovely, kind people, such as basically everyone that I see names of in chat today, are very supportive. And if I voice my ambitions for things, for projects I want to do, you guys are almost all universally supportive. But the problem is when you voice your ambitions on things, people often feel attacked. So if I say like something ambitious, like I want to make the best game ever made, somebody's going to hear, so you think you can make a game better than Elden Ring or better than Baldur's Gate 3? You asshole. How dare you, you know, because they love that thing. And so the problem with voicing ambition, I think a lot of people will find a reason to feel attacked by it. And it's like, if my favorite, let's say like MMO of all time is World of Warcraft, and someone says, I want to make a game that makes World of Warcraft feel like wasted time for you. I want to make a game that is so much better than World of Warcraft that you won't even believe it. Like you'll want to quit your job, man. I'd be like, fucking show me, let's go. Like I'm here to see that. But I think a lot of people get attached to the things that they love to the point where they don't want to admit that there could be something better. And a weird anecdotal thing that I've just noticed, and I think that sometimes when you trace that like ambitious sort of like line, people can feel attacked. And so sometimes then someone will get mad or heated about it, and then I'll get stun locked. So I gotta be careful how long I like talk about like end game ambitions for Eldara or whatever. Or people think that it's about money. When I say I want to make video games and like movies and shit, some people will say something along the lines of like, oh, so Evan just wants to make money. You know? Oh, Evan just wants to be a millionaire or whatever. Yeah, I want to be a millionaire, and I want to use my money to make cool shit. No, I don't want to buy boats and jets and fucking designer bags. I want to have so much unbelievable amounts of capital because I've made products of value to people that I can wield that capital and just summon cool projects and just say, Larian, your next CRPG, here's $2 billion to make the best CRPG ever, right? Something like that. I don't know, man. Like that's that. Of course, like you need capital to do that. But the way that you get that capital, are you doing it by valuing people's time and money, or are you just trying to like snake them out of it? You know? Dark. Yeah. Thanks to 5. Okay. Appreciate it.
I hear you. But you know you're wrong, right?
Yes.
So yeah.
Yep.
Do you feel better?
Yep.
I gave you
I do.
what you wanted
Thank you.
to hear.
Yep.
Kappa.
I'm good now.
Speak your truth.
Yep.
Down with the power.
Down with the power.
/ revolt.
Thanks for the 5, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thanks, Dark. The Age of Studios making tons of B movies and spreading the budget around, knowing some would fail, some would succeed, is missed. Risk pushes the envelope in fun ways. I agree. Yeah. Good luck, Thorkin. Good luck, man. Thanks for the lurk, bro. Appreciate it. Blackwood bags. Everyone wants to spread the coolness as many people as possible. Yeah, I mean, like I want to make Do you know how badly I wish I could spend my money on trading cards? Do you know how badly I want trading cards to be good again, and I could buy cards that made me feel like when I was buying Magic during its gold or silver eras? Of course, I want to make a cool trading card game because I don't feel like I don't want to spend my fucking money on Magic the Gathering cards anymore, or Pokemon or whatever. Like, the markets are just too weird. The scalping, everything. Magic's still pretty cool in a lot of ways, but like Pokemon, the scalping, it's just unreasonable. It's just what, like, come on, man. It's just so toxic and deranged now, I think. And so, yeah, I want to make a card game that I want to spend money on. You know, I want to make a game that I'm excited to buy, not a game that I kind of groan where I'm like, I guess I'll play it and it's going to cost me what, $80? Fuck, man. I want to make a game that I would be like, sign me the fuck up, let's go. And Buffy autograph cards, that's hilarious. That's actually kind of rad. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty sick. So, on the wheel of how to get there, the first thing is to make proficient adventures in Eldara, then to kickstart an adventure. Okay, then after that we kickstart a campaign guide for Eldara. Then, depending on how that goes, we either make an indie game, a comic book, a novel, or a TTRPG for Eldara. And then as those projects happen, and I can tell those stories and do the art for those things, then we eventually get enough money where we can hire a big studio that does really great games like Larian to make an Eldara. Like, imagine imagine a world. Imagine a world where you had a game like Baldur's Gate 3 set in Eldara. Imagine a game like Cyberpunk set in the streets and underbelly of Grand Crest. Man, these be good games, bro. These be great games. Imagine a dark Elden Ring game that's set on one of the forgotten worlds of the realms, lost to time, hidden from sight, where the light barely reaches it, and we can have that dark fantasy game. You know what I mean? But also, who the fuck am I to think that I could do any of that stuff, you know? I'm some deadbeat dumb art dropout, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. Let's not get too big for our britches. But I think it's still fun to dream. What's up, Flower? Good to see you, dude. Just wait for Kickstarter and Della so that husband and I can support bigly. I appreciate that. Well, so the Horizon's going to be free, and then it's going to be proof of concept so that I can kickstart an adventure. In the idea is, so let's say Horizon does well, so like imminent planning and what you guys can expect from me out of the next 12 months. If Horizon does well and people like it, and I earn your faith that I can make a cool adventure, the goal is to say, okay, if I made Horizon basically in my own free time, more or less air quotes for free over the last 8 months, imagine what I could do in 6 months if I didn't have anything else to do. No commissions, nothing. So that's what the Kickstarter is going to be. Basically, for a full adventure to fund development time for the adventure. And the more funded it gets, the more time and energy I put into it within a certain time period. Like, I think the more time and energy within 6 months. But it means like you know how there's a soundtrack for Eldara? For like, if you guys didn't know, if you go to Spotify, there's a soundtrack for Eldara. If you search Eldara, this is all music that Dashto wrote for Eldara and composed for different places. Fucking unbelievable that he did this, you know? But imagine if I could hire Dashto to make a complete cinematic suite of music for the next adventure, so that on the page when you get to this next combat, there's a thematic combat theme, thematic theme for that fight, for that boss fight. That there's music for each town and each area, each region, things like that, to have like a more cohesive, immersive experience, right? That's a stretch goal. Right? Dasher did this for me for basically free because he's passionate and loved our D&D game and is a brilliant composer. And he did it out of love and friendship. But imagine if I could actually hire him to do a bigger project, you know? So as the Kickstarter does better and better, it'll be funding my own development time and then also funding other development. So imagine it funds to a certain point where I could hire Atari to write a short novella about a backstory that happens or whatever, where I'm like, hey man, here's a story that I want to tell that contextualizes part of the adventure. Can you write a short novella about it? Right? Or that I could like get somebody who's a great, brilliant mechanic encounter designer for D&D, you know, somebody from our community or elsewhere or whatever, to do amazing boss fights that feel like nothing you've experienced in a TTRPG before. And then I can make battle maps and then hire someone to animate them for me or whatever, or some, I don't know, man. Like I'm just thinking out my fucking ass here or whatever. That's like the goal for the Kickstarter. So I have to make Horizon really good. And the first impression of Horizon is going to be next Friday when you guys see it on the anniversary stream. And then I have about the whole summer-ish to iterate on it to get it to be a complete product, so that when in maybe October or November, I have a Kickstarter and someone's first experience with me is seeing my face saying, hey, go try my other adventure. And if you like it, come support the Kickstarter. And I can actually like market that one and invest in it and whatnot. If that's their first impression of what they can expect, I want it to be a really solid one. So I'm thinking too far in the future, man. Shit. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. God, we got to get the nerds back in here. Shit. Booba, Cat Girls, Evanable, okay. Damn it. I forgot I was streaming. I was just talking for an hour. Shit. Okay.
Are we really
hi,
doing
Dark.
this again?
Yes, hello.
Really?
Yes,
Searches
hello.
for the beating
Hi.
stick.
Shit. Damn it. Thank you for the
I
5. I
haven't
appreciate
needed
it.
this in a while.
God damn
Where
it.
did I put it?
God damn it.
I know it's around here somewhere.
I've earned the ire.
Clearly Evan is regressing.
Shit. Okay, my bad. I should have known better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Well, I think Horizon's gonna be really good. I hope it is. I really hope you guys love it. I'm trying to be very honest with Horizon and the way I want to write and develop it. And I had a very like honest letter that I'm not really editing or doing much with, because I want it to be an honest kind of like how I feel about the adventure at the very like preface of it. And I think I end it with something. I think I ended it very intentionally. I'm going to make the letter a little bit longer. But my letter of intent for the adventure that I wrote for everyone, I don't want to spoil the whole adventure, all right? Check this out. Look at it. Ooh, Ramsville's Dara, episode 0, Horizon. An adventure designed for level 1 to 3 by Evan Blair. Yeah, I end it by saying, after all, you are the honored game master, and I'm so excited to hear about the stories you tell within your version of the world. That, along with the first bit where I say, welcome to the realms of Eldara. This is your starting point for the grand story that will take place in the planet of Teleria, the starting world for Eldara. There are forgotten mysteries, ancient lands, and mystical runes to explore along the way, so I hope that you have the very best time adventuring with your friends. This, to me, is like a very important thing here. This is my honest feeling about Eldara, and I really hope you guys like Horizon when it comes out. I really, really hope you do. We'll see. And if you don't, then we fix it. We make it so it's something that you want to actually play. I'm also going to print off a bunch of copies of the release beta in this scuffed form for archival purposes. So I'm going to make a couple of physical prints of them and staple them like all good pieces of 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper joined together for an adventure should be. I want a whole short story, a graphic novel about your turtle kaiju. About Rashishi? I mean, that'd be cool, actually. So, like, one thing I want to do, this might be a bad idea, but I want to let people basically commission adventures within Eldara as part of the Kickstarter. So there's like a section, community engagement, yeah. Yeah. I want to basically let people point at something and say, I want to see that better in Eldara, and basically game direct some of the, or direct some of the creative flow for it. So it'd be the kind of thing where if somebody says, I want an adventure that like a one-shot adventure that explores Rashishi's lore, then you could do that, you know? Or if I want a one-shot adventure written where you can finally tell the story of the Gorncrest Citadel because it looks like a fucking croissant. Kek memes, kek W, cat booba, or whatever. Question: how are your spots looking? Do you perhaps have room for some sketches like the Bard? Cow, I am on between a 3 and 6 month wait list. So if you would like to ask for request a sketch, I'm absolutely willing to put you on that wait list. But the problem is that it's so abstract right now that I don't feel comfortable advertising my commissions because I literally don't know when they'll be back open. Ideally 3 months, but it could be as long as 6 months. So anyone who's asking me on Instagram, Twitter, whatever, like fucking DMs and in YouTube comments, anything like that, I'm just saying my commissions are closed. Obviously I always keep waitlist spots open, you know, I try to, and I had like kind of closed them down for a little while. I was reminded this week that I probably should, that there's people here who are willing to stay on the wait list. So I tentatively reopened the wait list for the summer for people like that. If you have a small thing like a quick character sketch commission, that's probably something that I can do earlier and be like, hey, I got time this week, you know, I'm in between commissions, I got time, I don't mind, you want me to do that your thing now? I'm totally okay with doing that, but I just don't want to ever like advertise commissions being open or whatever when I know that the timeline is so abstract right now. So when's it coming out? Also, when more World Anvil articles? So the adventure is coming out in beta on Friday, and the World Anvil will be released hopefully within the next 2 weeks with a complete, comprehensive web of compendium of articles for the adventure. Not every article will be completed. Probably, I think about 60 to 70% are completed. But yeah, want to put that on the wait list? I mean, if you don't mind sending me a message, Cow, I'm happy to, but I'm definitely not going to remember if you don't send me a message. So if you don't mind sending me a message on Discord, I will happily add you to the waitlist this weekend. Yeah, you're saying we can pay for the Orb Adventure with Kickstarter. I maybe. All right, listen. Just waiting in line to get into that line. Okay, thanks. Yeah, there's a lineup for a lineup right now. People who want to be on the wait list can be on a wait list for a wait list for commission waits, so that you can wait while you wait for a commission that you might get at some point in time if you're willing to wait. And we'll see if the wait's worth the wait. We'll see. What was I drawing? Armor? Ah, shit, that's right. Yeah, okay, drawing armor. Let's go. That's what I was doing. Hey, I remembered. We're doing the thing today. This recording is going to be so scuffed because I just sat there talking for about an hour. I don't know how long it was, but I'm gonna have to edit that out in the recording. God damn it. I also have no ideas no ideas. I have no idea how my recent like videos performed. I didn't make any new videos this week. I really feel bad. I missed my first daily uploads this week because I just had the worst. I've been having the worst fucking week. I'll admit. I don't want to bring it to stream and I refuse to. This is my away from it. But like, I'm having the worst fucking week. So I gave myself permission to not upload videos. But I re-uploaded an old video for Instagram and TikTok. I have no idea how they're doing. But I'm excited to actually have some new art for a new video because what I've realized is YouTube does not like when I reuse art for new videos. So YouTube uploads are probably going to be a little bit shorter and like, you know, like I'll probably do like between 3 and 4 a week if I can, maybe like 1 and 3 if I need to. So I feel bad, but this recording is gonna be good. This is gonna make a good video. I feel like this piece is gonna be really cool. Anytime I do a color like character sketch, not just the black and white or sketch version, they do really well. So I hope this is a good video, even if I have to edit out all the bullshit nonsense of me monologuing about something nobody cares about. What's linked to the World Anvil? I will drop it with the adventure because it's a contained sort of thing within the Eldara whatnot, and it's not complete. And I need the basic sort of like what do we call like an index of it? The list of all the articles. I need that to be a complete list when I release it, so that you guys can say like, oh, I see Evan didn't write anything about the floating mountain trading or floating mountain shop or whatever, but at least the article is in there, so that you guys can, when you're playtesting the adventure, you can say, hey, there's no article for this thing. And I really would like some more information about it. I can say, cool, I can add that to the list and then make the article. I at least want the whole list to be complete, even if the articles aren't complete within it. So, Floating Mountain Trader is a cool place, man. That's where the orb is. If you guys want to see the canonical orb in Eldara, that you guys microtransacted into the game, that's in Floating Mountain. That's where it is. It's unfortunately there. So. That's oh god, that's where it is, man. Okay, I need to take some of this color out a little bit. I need to mute it a smidge. It needs to be a reference and not so much of a reflection. You know what I mean? Now I'm actually in the phase of cleaning up the sketch and the colors and getting it all together and actually rendering shit. Let's go, dude. Man, I just hope people like the adventure. Because, like, in some cases, like, who the fuck am I to write an adventure, you know? Who am I, man? Part of me is hoping that I can show, like, I can prove, not that anybody gives a shit about this, but part of me, like, I have this small little vendetta to prove that I can write an adventure because of all the D&D, air quote, creators and streamers that have asked me if I wanted to collab on a project, that have said something more along the lines of, oh, you don't write, so, you know, I'll do the writing for you. You can make art for my adventure. I'm like, what'd you say to me? Excuse me? Like, yeah, man, you're not a writer. You're an artist. You do the art for my adventure. It will be a collab effort. I'm like, bitch. Bitch. You said what to me? So I need this adventure to be good so I can just not you know, obviously not shove it in anybody's face, but redeem myself. Stay in your lane. Yeah, right. Are you not to write an adventure, right? Right? I know, man. Or are you even, Evan? Ah, dude, I know. Who even am I? Some scuffed wannabe Star Wars fan, I guess. Oh, God. Some discount Dave Greco wannabe. Not even a Twitch partner. Can you believe that? Holy. Irrelevant. Isn't even followed by Gargura. Not that that matters anymore, but... Okay, I'm kidding. Last one. That's the last one for today. I promise it's the last Gura or Cinder joke, at least for an hour. Okay? Last one. Last one. Okay. We're good. Man, has something to prove? Yeah, right? Well, I kind of want to prove it to myself that I can make a good adventure. Because if I can't make a good D&D adventure, I can't tell a good story. There's just no hope. So, this is going to be my first, like, kind of narrative. Gameplay narrative that I release to see if people actually like it or not. Because sure, maybe I'm really bad at it and I need to hire a writer. Like, that's fair. But I'd rather be really bad at it and then try and get better so I can kind of do it all. I'm greedy like that. I'm a greedy little creative. I want to be good at everything. I want to be able to write a good story. I want to be able to make good art for it. I want to be able to make good gameplay and combat design so people can have the best time ever. And just go on an adventure with your boys, you know? Like I go on an adventure with my boys every Thursday. Ella and Ulner and Ashy and Vixie. I can't really call them the boys, can I? Shit. Yeah, dang. Yeah, I can call them the bros, though. Yeah, there we go. You're out of your element, Donnie moment? Yeah. Yeah, right. Dude, my ears are still messed up. I still can't hear out of my left ear all that well. What if I'm deaf forever? What if the doctor is wrong? What if I'm deaf forever in this ear? Holy. It's really weird not to be able to hear out of my left ear all that well right now and be talking. I'm not sure if I'm like speaking clearly or not. I'm trying very hard to. Plug? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I can't hear out of my ear and it's like really bad. And I went to the doctor, like, and he said, oh, you're just probably congested from allergies. So, you know, nothing like visibly wrong. So just try to D that. But it's so weird. My hearing is diminished in pitch. It's very muted. It's like it's underwater or like kind of behind glass or whatever. And it's been like this for 3 days now. Really killing me. It's really fucking ruining my life. It's hard to focus, man. I'm trying, though. I'm trying, bro. I'm sure it'll be alright. I've been assured as much anyway. Let's go. How was this 25? Don't I care from? Yeah, right. Had an Etruscan disorder where the fluid doesn't drain out. The sinuses share the same tube with the ears. Ooh. I'll be alright. God, as long as there's nothing wrong with my eyes, man. Whenever I have like eye issues or eye strain, I'm like so scared. I'm like really terrified that I'm just... If I'm unable to draw, I got some aggressive timelines right now for things and projects, so I'm gonna be working real hard to not get behind anything. What's up, Lexer? It's common, really? Huh. Yeah, alright, well, I'll hopefully figure out what the fuck's going on so I can actually hear again. It's been days of this. It really freaked me out when it happened. Like chewing gum, it helps my ears. Yeah, it's different. Like I know what like having your ears like you need to pop or whatever is kind of like. This is different. It's like something's wrong. Like I don't know. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Appreciation month. We appreciation all
What's
the
up,
kind messages
dude?
from
Guapo,
users, aka bots, on Discord
damn,
thanking us for the hard work.
Damn, bro. Hey, yo, Guapo, thanks for the fucking 48 months, man. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks, dog. Very kind of you. That's right, Postmod Appreciation Month. Let's get it. Thanks, man. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the sub, especially this month where I'm close to getting the partner program plus Pokemon Go Ultra Era. No, the Twitch Plus program. One more month of hitting the sub requirement, and then Twitch gives me more sub for every sub that you guys sub forever until I need to do it again in a year. So, right? Why can't it be the boys? Never understood the meaning of being gendered. Like a male can be one of the girls, at least. I've known people who were... I've always understood the kind of camaraderie discussion. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if I refer to the girls I play D&D with as the boys, that's fine. The problem is somebody will get mad about that shit on Twitch. I bro and dude everybody on Twitch. And occasionally someone will be like, excuse me, I am not a bro or a dude. Alright. I am she, not he. And you're like, okay, that doesn't exclude you from being a bro or a dude. But I gotta be careful, you know? As soon as I'll say stuff, I'll be like, boys, we got some art to make. And someone will carefully mention to me in a DM after post-stream that they didn't like being excluded from the conversation. So I don't want anybody to feel excluded, man. Broette, right? Such a bro thing to get offended for no reason. That's funny, actually. Yeah. I need more water. I'm out of water, bro. I'm out of water. Help. Okay, give me a sec. We good, man. We good. Alright, what did I miss? No revolts? God damn it. I'll say it every time, hopefully, alright? I will. Come on, man. Alright. We should paint the cloak a little more. I'm starting to get too far in one thing. Wait, is this my stream intro? What the fuck? Oh, whatever. Just beachgoers wakeboarding. What? Calling everybody bro? Bruh, dude, man. A little bit of that, like, messy highlight in there, I think will be good. Again, we're going to keep zoomed out. Make sure it looks good. Far away. I think there might be... Might still be a little too saturated on certain things. Yeah, that's better. And her hair... it's probably fine being where it is. See, we'll get there. Listen, man, art's tough. Don't let people tell you otherwise. Evan, chat, have an amazing weekend. I'll see you next week. B-Town, I will see you then, my friend. Have a great weekend, bro. Be good. Take care of yourself. Play some games, yo. I don't know. I don't know what there is to do on the weekend. Who's Lily Paladin? Lexi, this is a commission I'm doing for somebody. Yeah, a quick little character portrait that I got from a TikTok commission. So, a while ago. Finally getting through that. And you know, I can never turn down a paladin commission. If somebody wants an armored, knightly looking paladin, I'll almost always take the commission. Unless there's some heinous detail, like they're an Aarakocra. Kidding. I'll almost always take that commission. Get a lot of requests to draw that kind of stuff, like Aarakocras and Luxodon and GIF. It's like they just want to see it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the motivation is from the greater internet. You think getting into animation is a good way to improve illustration? Man, animation's tough. I think getting into animation, specifically storyboarding, like you don't need to go full deep into animation to get a lot of the benefits from it. Storyboarding is a great sort of middle of the ground, middle of the road, middle ground for the skill set you'll learn from animation and how it can help you compositionally. And I think it's necessary for good illustration composition, honestly. I think the skills you learn there are so condensed and so good that it's almost required reading, I think, for good illustrators. Not as much for character designers and concept artists like me. Obviously, it's still good, you know. But I think it's great. I don't think you need to go full animation, though, to be honest. My husband's from Cali, and he's a beachgoer and wakeboarding bunch, and he uses dude and bro with everyone because it's his culture. Ah, I see. The wakeboarder in his element. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You're getting commissions from the Tic Tac Candy Company now. Yep. Yep, the orange Tic Tacs specifically. Never really thought of them as having much of a presence in the D&D community. You'd be surprised. Oh, yeah. Lambus bread flavored Tic Tacs. Mm-hmm. Indeed, go hard. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's... that's the ones, right? Mm-hmm. Blaze gets it. What are some cool paladin names you've made, or names you've made or have seen? Paladin names? Like character names or order names? I don't know. I always like the idea of paladin orders being like sort of virtues and relics in their naming conventions. Paladin names, I can't think of any like really good. The paladin names that I'm the most proud of, I guess, or proud of, like happy with, satisfied with, whatever, is a paladin who is the master of Amelia Hearthwood. There's a lot of woods in here. By the name of Arcturus Blackwood. Arcturus Blackwood, former master of the Growlhammer, and uncle to Ella Blackwood. So, canonically, Ella's relative in game. But I always liked Arcturus Blackwood. Sound like a knightly figure. Paladin's name is Sarai. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's Dees. I feel like you need a regal last name for a paladin, though, right? But there's a lot of fantasy names, I feel like, that have, like, kind of a... I don't know. Like... the, like, real words, like Leafwind and... I don't know, Sky Strider and whatever. I find that if you use them too much in your setting, it gets a little... I don't know, JRPG-y, and not in a good way. The negative sides of JRPG-y kind of... all the woods that could be a forest, right? Well, Hearthwood Village was the first place that we ever made for Eldara. And I named it after Ella's character, Amelia Hearthwood. So it was her family's, like, noble land, whatever. And so, Amelia Hearthwood became the main character, sort of, as it were, for a little while. I mean, Ella will always be down to having, like, world building done with and through her character. And she actually really likes it when we do that, so... I try to integrate Ella's characters into the world in some important way for a story I want to tell. Because she likes being a part of it that way. So, for instance, her current Astral Knight is Alicia Greymore, and she's from one of the lower kind of like noble dukes from the old Loric Empire that are still in the Shattered Sea. So she got a whole island and everything. Oh yeah, dude. There's lore and all that. Now she doesn't really go home at all because she's an Astral Knight, so there's not really much home to go to for her. Well, it'd be weird. She's been gone for so long. She's not really part of the family in that way anymore, but still. She'll probably go home at some point in time. We'll have to meet the good Duke and Duchess of Greymore. I don't know. What can I do as a player to make DM's life easier? I think engagement is probably the easiest thing, though. You know, I think engagement. I mean, said bro to my husband before. Like, of course, we aren't literally related or anything. Words take on new meaning, right? Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't worry about people getting mad at me on Twitch about it. For real, right? Yeah, I think engagement is actually the best way to make the DM's life easier as a player, which is like an underrated concept because there's lots of information on the internet about how to be a good DM, you know? And I think that a lot of the information on how to be a good DM comes from players having this like nervousness to like not do D&D well. And so there's a market for that on information on how to be a good DM, how to DM properly, how to do the thing. And there's not a lot of information on the internet about how to be a good player. Because I think a lot of the information on the internet for like how to be a good player is in some ways like self-serving or like kind of self-indulgent a little bit. Like how to tell a compelling story, how to basically enjoy the experiences of being a player better. But I think very few people cover the actual topic of how to be a better player for the DM's perspective. Right? Because if you're being the best player you can for your DM's going to be the best DM they can for you. It's just the way it works, man. And it's great. And so there's a lot of things you can do, starting with engagement, that I think really help out. So DMs, depending on the DM, they don't like to do a lot of heavy lifting all the time. So the DM will probably talk more than any individual player, but if the players aren't engaging with the world and just kind of like expecting the DM to drag them by the nose wherever they want to go, that's a bit of an issue, I think. One sec. But yeah, sorry. if the DM like is presenting you with hooks and stuff like that, like bite some, you know. There's nothing I sort of like hate more as a DM than I'll say to my players, I'll set something up, I'll be like, okay, so you get to the town and you walk in there and there's like, you know, a couple people walking around and you get the sense that there's like a workers kind of town, mining kind of aesthetic to it. It's got that rugged sort of frontier vibe to it. You see a couple people walking around and they're giving you some strange looks. You don't think that they see like outsiders all that often, but there's an inn on one side and there's a statue in the center of the town square with a, you know, a large like buck of some kind, and on top of the buck is actually weirdly an elvish figure riding the buck, but you don't see any elvish design in the town besides that. And you know, you might describe it a little bit more, and then you give the players that big question, so what do you want to do after you describe the entire town? And if you get fucking crickets on Discord, I'm so done. I'm so done. Like, okay, so do you guys want to go to the inn or wherever I just described? All right. So engagement's a big one. But also, like, my unpopular take is make a character for your game that helps the DM tell a better story, and they'll tell a better story for your character. So work with the DM to make your character. Don't expect the DM to fit your character idea into the adventure. And this kind of comes with the territory of my main like D&D advice that people don't like to hear, which is don't make a character before you know what the campaign is. The whole having like a billion characters in reserve is like very fun, but like Sweet Bean, you want to be an author, you don't want to be a D&D player. You know, if you've got your entire character and backstory and everything you want to tell about them figured out ahead of time, and you're just looking for a game to allow you to express that character story, like that's great, but it's going to be friction the entire time, trying to shove your character into a world that already has its own kind of like storylines and plots and stuff. Players be ready for the truth with approaching action. 2, or their term approaching action. 2, pick up on what other players are doing and build on their RP or combat moves. Yeah, right? That's a big one too, is being a support player for your other group. Got a female drow anti-dark paladin named Dracula. That's cute. It's all about convert or die mindset. She's evil. Oh no. Oh no. Basically, don't shove a story into my story. Kind of. And I think that a lot of people think that like, oh, well, are you saying the DM story is more important than mine? And I think for a game, yeah, kind of. Kind of. Like, legit. Because the DM kind of has to know what's going on in the story to be able to tell a good story for you. And like, let's just say that a campaign idea. So you are all adventurers and you've all come back from working for a noble that assembled a team of specialized adventurers to go liberate a town from some shadow curse, and you've done that. And so now you're all familiar with each other and on your way back to the the noble's manor. You are thrown through a portal and now you are in a, like, I don't know, primordial version of your own world, and you have to figure out how to get your way. Hello, brain? You have to figure out how to get your way home now. And that's a cool idea. And you're like, wow, that's a cool campaign. But the problem is, what if you create a character where you're like, oh, but I had a whole backstory where I was going to be the political heir to my vampire count's, family, and secretly overthrow the dragon princess of the realm to re-establish my like heritage as prince of the catacomb kingdom. And how am I going to do that if I'm not even on the same realm? Right? And then you get that kind of friction where somebody, if they don't make a character that can kind of fit the campaign. So you ask the DM, what kind of campaign are we playing? Or whatever. And maybe if you have that kind of story you want to tell, then you can have that kind of be like well, now I'm a noble that was like on my way to do this thing, but then I decided that I was going to do this adventure, and now I'm trying to learn how to like survive in this crazy world and through the portal or whatever. But attachment to an outcome in your story, I think, is a bad way to go about it. You can create your backstory all you want, but like if you create, let's just say if you create Astarion from Baldur's Gate and the DM is running the Lord of the Rings. It's a little tough to, figure out your dramatic conclusion to your dramatic backstory if the DM isn't going to go anywhere near your fucking backstory in the game. You know, guess we'll just go to bed and long rest, right? Upcoming Horizon Session 0 will be party, build discussion, and character creation. So now Drusilla. Oh, okay, I like that. Drusilla. I have an entire world to manage. I don't want your old Western backstory BBEG to have to be shoved into my high fantasy world unrespectfully. Yeah, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with trying to work with your players and your DMs. You know, as a DM, work with your players to try and meet their expectation or their desire for story as much as they like have one. But understand as a player that the DM has to like figure out a grand story for you. And if your shit doesn't really fit into that, then it's time to make some shit that fits into that, I guess. And it's not about the DM being like more important or for being a priority over you. It's about one of you has to kind of like run the story. And that's the guy that needs to have the info and believe in the story and kind of understand it. So it's always just kind of a tough thing of like, I know you have a story you want to tell and you've had this character ready in the chamber for 3 years, but maybe if you're jumping into a game, like figure out how your story fits into the game after you start the game kind of thing. Well, I would love it. I can't have an all paladin party. God damn it. When I was DMing, I wish my players remembered their session goals better. Whatever you tell your DM you want to do next session, write down, because that's what you're going to plan for. That's a good point too. You know, if there's not a market for D&D player tips, make the videos. So the problem with that, I think you're right about that, Mo. But the problem is about making player tip videos is that people often get kind of heated about it, right? They get defensive.
I returned
Welcome
from the land
back,
of
Mel.
dental
Hello.
hygiene.
How you doing? Welcome back. Hope it was good. Thanks on bits, bro. Thank you. Yeah, you're like. Wait, where's it going with that? I yoinked for a second. Session goals. What was I about to say about that? Write down because that's what they're planning for next. Oh, the video for the. Okay, yeah, never mind. The videos for player tips. A lot of people get kind of defensive about it because if you tell somebody who they are a sort of critical role style D&D narrative theatrical drama kid that wants to tell that kind of story, you tell them that they have to prioritize the DM story over theirs, they get kind of upset about it. So I think that there's a lot of that kind of stuff of like an actual person wondering how to reduce friction and increase play in their game. When you tell somebody like, hey, why don't you, like, you know what? A good example, I made a video about this. I made a TikTok about this. I don't remember what I said. You can find the video, I think. But I said, why, like, here's a crazy idea. Why don't you like find out what the game is first and then make a character based on that? And I got a lot of resistance in those comments. There were a lot of people where they're like, yeah, you could do that, but like, it's better to have a compelling backstory that you believe in beforehand that you can spend 3 hours writing. And you're like, So I it's so funny. Like, God, I wish I could find that video. You know, what did I say in it? Something like the next time you make. I don't remember which. Oh God, where are you starting to build a D&D character? Was this it? No. There's a video where I kind of do this. I basically say like, try this crazy way of playing a D&D game. It's somewhat recent, but not like in the last week or so. Okay, it's more recent than this. I make a good D&D party. Was this it?
I draw a
Oh
lot
God!
of...
Shut up. This was the video, but I don't remember if it was. It might be TikTok. Anyway, the premise of the video was create a character that fits with the party, and don't try and fit the party or fit your designed character into the party. And there was like a mixture of some people were like, wow, that's crazy advice. I'd never thought about that. And there's a lot of it might have been on TikTok then. whatever. A lot of people that were kind of like a little bit in their feelings about it, like, oh, how could you suggest that I don't make my character first before I know what the party is? Like, what? But it doesn't matter what the party is. If I want to be the Legolas Ranger Elf on a serious adventure and we're playing in Discworld, like, I'm gonna be that character. Fuck you. It's kind of weird though. I can do one shot for my campaign myself. That's exciting. Basically, where adventurers go to a cave, fight a dragon, instead of a gold, it hoards maidens. Little do the adventurers know, time flows differently in the cave. Each hour in the cave equals 14 days outside. The young maidens may think they're saving really older women once they get, or they're older women when they get to them. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Huh. Time dilation, dragon cave. Oh, that's scary though. The backstory requires multiple pages. Respectfully, go write a book. And like, but I get Alf. I get people that want to do that big dramatic like backstory type thing. They like that about D&D, and that's totally fine. It's just, I think that you get more, you invite a little bit of friction in trying to figure out how to kind of fit two puzzle pieces together. But again, if you say that to people on the internet, hey, if you want to write a 3-page backstory, go write a book. You say that on the internet as like good D&D advice, people are just gonna get mad at you. So that's why I would never make advice videos or anything along those lines, even if I'm just suggesting a different way to play. This kind of backstory is the yes and style, where the players come up with all the backstories together at the table. Yeah, it's a great way of doing it too. The best person that I've ever met who does this the best is Ella, because she makes her backstory for a long-term campaign as the campaign goes. So she'll figure out how to world build something with me. So I say, what do you want to be? She's like, I want to be a noble and a paladin. I'm like, great, cool. So we're going to make Hearthwood Village, and it's going to be your family's village. And there you go. Your Hearthwood Village, eldest daughter, Amelia Hearthwood. She's like, great. And you're a paladin. She's like, cool. And that's all we know. And so the idea of having a dramatic backstory and the things that she has to deal with along the way and whatever, this comes out as she figures out what kind of character she needs to play. Because you have a whole bunch of player characters that are all these dramatic fucking nobles or whatever, and then she's like, whoops, guess I'll be more soldier-like. Yeah, man, I'm a noble, but I decided to be a soldier, and here you go. I'm the rough and tumble gruff one. If the party is too shy, she'll become the leader. If the party's too quiet, she'll become the clown or whatever. You know what I mean? But also for backstory, she builds her backstory as it serves the campaign, and it makes sense. So we get to New City, and it's like, okay, maybe I can know someone from here. I don't know, that'd be cool. Like, sure, who do you want to know? Like, what do you want? She's like, I don't know, like a villain that I can, like, whatever. It's like, cool, I'll write in the guy that is this place as like a person for your backstory, and then it all just fits in, man. And just like your character, if you want your character to fit in the best with a game, the best way to do it is to have the lowest resolution character possible. So that as you clarify and like bring parts of the character into high res, little parts of the story, that doesn't conflict with any other sort of like sharp edges on the story. And you can do a lot of that beforehand if you want, definitely in your air quotes session 0. But I think that a lot of people that said like, that's just what a session 0 is for. I saw a couple of those YouTube comments. Not really, because a lot of times the session 0, I think, as far as like canonical session 0s go on the internet, they are more like, how are you going to make my backstory fit into your game, DM? As opposed to, how can I make a character that fits into the game really well, DM? 1 hour in cave equals 14 days outside. Wouldn't they think they're old maidens, but actually young when found? I wasn't going to ask more questions, Blaze. I was going to pose the question. That's how we do it. Dan makes my husband and I want to play with you and Ella. Bad? Yeah, Ella's great for that. Yeah, she will always, her character will always. Ella has been accused of having main character syndrome from like me prioritizing her as a main character, because people who aren't really familiar have been like, wow, why does Ella get to fit into the game so easily? It's like, why does she always have a story whenever we go to a city? Because when we go to a city, she doesn't have a story in that city yet. So she's like, hey, I want to have a story here, or I don't, or whatever. And then it's like, cool, And then if you have a DM or players to do that, you can be like, hey, I know you said you're from somewhere out west. We're going to the city. do you want to be from there? Like, ooh, we need to deal with this like spy guild. Do you want to have a story with that? They're like, oh fuck yeah, dude. Like, what are you thinking? Can I be like a whatever? And then you build that there, and you get that cool wow moment where, you know, in Critical Role they go to the city, and it turns out it's Ashton's home city, and that's where his orphanage was from, and that's the name of his orphanage, and his last name was whatever. And you have that whole thing, but without having to force it in beforehand, you know. After doing several sessions in a game store where everyone brings one of their stock characters, I can tell you it rarely creates a coherent party that would naturally come together off an adventure. And that's the thing about like having some restrictions in the party creation that I kind of think is fun. What's up, Lua? Good to see you. It's like, if you have... How do we word it? Sometimes if you say to a party, look, you're an adventurer, a group of adventurers. You've all known each other from years. You all came up in the same town, and you all sort of took on different mantles of whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's sometimes easier to have a more interesting party with. A cohesive party that meshes together really well, but it also has the game really in mind, you know? And having that restriction is kind of fun, too. One of the coolest games I ever played was where I told my players that they were all young adults, youths, whatever. I think we were in high school. I think we said you're about like our age, like 17, 18, and you're all about to graduate from this military academy. So you're all from noble backgrounds from this country, and you're currently at war with this country. And so you're all at this academy as nobles to become officers, like sort of figures within the army. So you're learning proficiencies, whether it's jousting and horse riding or magic and dueling and whatnot. So you can pick from these like classes and these kind of vibes, and then go tell me stories of you guys growing up together. Tell me stories of I want each of you to have a story of how you got in trouble with the faculty, with one of your other fellow students, and I want you to tell me like a cool like thing you guys all did together or whatever. And I want you and I pick random numbers, but like you and you went and did something cool at some point in time. You three figure out the story for me. You two have been friends for the longest, and you two figure out like how that friendship started or whatever. And then the next week we got some of the coolest party like dynamics ever in that game, and some of the coolest character interactions and characters. And then what I did is I actually dropped them into the middle of a fight where I was like, this is your first battle, by the way. So you're not students at the school like going around being peepos. You graduated. Here's your first battle. It's going terribly. Roll for initiative. And I had to kill a bunch of guys and go in. Like, if you ever played Final Fantasy 12, it starts off kind of that way, you know, like, oh my god, we're in the middle of battle. Kind of that way. They were like outside a castle, they had to go do a thing, you know, then breeze the adventure forth. But they all had a motivation that no one required motivation. There wasn't like, well, I'm the smuggler that's only in it for the gold. Heh. Well, I'm the Arcanocaster that only wants to know the secrets of the divine. What, you know, they didn't have to do any of that. They're all like, oh yeah, well, we're like knights from this fucking country. Of course we're gonna go do this thing, man. That's what we do. If we find out the thing is here and we could like end the war like this, yeah, then we're gonna go do that. And there wasn't any of that questioning or trying to figure out how to mesh your party in, because the worst thing I think can happen with characters and parties is when you have a character that doesn't want to go on the adventure. When a character doesn't want to go on the adventure, I'll always ask the player to make a character that does. And if it ever stops for any reason, that's okay. If your character is motivation, one of the most mature and interesting things I've ever seen a player do is they saved the land, they saved the town, they saved the area around it, the kingdom maybe it was, and then they were going to go fly over here to go do the thing, because they're like, wow, this is really bad. We should go save this. This means that we have to stop this and save the world. So we're going to go over here and do the thing. And the one character was like, guys, I'm not going with you. And they're like, what? I was like, yeah, man. I was a town guard that you guys met, and my whole thing was I wanted to save the kingdom, but I got like 3 kids and a wife, and I'm whatever. Like I when we've saved the kingdom. Now you guys are gonna go off and go do the grand adventure, great, but like I think I would stay behind. And like, you know, we were like, damn, bro. And there was a natural conclusion to his story that was really cool and really poetic and beautiful. And they went back and saw him later and shared the wealth and spoils, and they were excited, and he wasn't dead and whatever. And it was great, but I've had it, and I think maybe some of you guys can relate. Have you ever had a player that isn't convinced about going on the adventure? You know, this is such an annoying thing that I've had this happen at game stores more than any of my personal groups, where you have a player that's usually a rogue or a bard or something along those lines say something like, the king says, wow, the Lord says, wow, you've saved our village, and now you must take this thing to the kingdom capital and show them this is a big deal. It's a bad thing, bad omen for the whole kingdom. If this happened here, it could happen anywhere. So go on and do that, and I will pay your way there. You'll each get 50 gold pieces when you arrive. And then you have the rogue say, I want more. You're like, what? Yeah, my motivation is to get really rich. And you're like, okay, sure. Make persuasion. Natural 1. Although, you know, persuasive in your tone, the Lord is unconvinced, doesn't have the gold in the coffers, and says, you know, I'm sorry, I can't, but, you know, contribute more, but whatever, go off and be good. And the guy's like, nah, I'm gonna go, you know, look for a quest in the quest board. And they want to like go off and do another sub adventure or whatever. At that point, it's like, okay, great. Well, the game is to go do this thing. That's what I wrote. That's what the game is. Like Sleazer was saying earlier, tell your team what you want to do next session. The game is to go take the thing to the capital and the dangers along the way, and then who knows what happens after that. So that's what I've prepared. And then you get players, again, in this sort of like category of like online advice on how to run a game, saying things along the lines of like, oh, you should run an open world and let your players decide the adventure. If they don't want to take the hook, if they want to go take a quest to the Adventures Guild, then that's the adventure. Get bent. No, fuck that shit. I wrote an adventure for Lord of the Rings, and that's where we're going to go. We're going to take them the ring to Mordor. And if you don't want to go because you're not getting paid enough, please make a character that wants to go on that adventure. And I think that's okay to do as well. You know, there are some players that if you don't want to play, if you want complete open freedom in your D&D game, then don't play with a DM that has a plot. And if you're a DM that has players like that, like get them to make a player that wants to play the adventure, or don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a bad miscommunication a lot of times, I think, between players and GMs. But it is tough when you have a character that doesn't want to go on the adventure. You know, retiring characters, exactly, yeah. What if your DM has not made a world? You have D&D tomorrow and half the people have no clue how to play the game despite your years of practice. I think you just have the best time. You walk in with a character concept and you just go for it. You just send it. Yeah, just straight up. Just, I don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. All right, I'm a paladin. What do I want? Justice. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. You know? Sure, why not? Yeah, if there's no like set whatever to it, then I think you just have fun and just go for it. You don't want me to know when my friend player played the Pixie Chronology Wizard and literally told the DM that it was the DM's job to convince him to go on the adventure. Ooh, yeah. See, I disagree with that. Yeah, I think most people disagree with that too. But that's the thing. This is why I don't make videos on how to be a good player. Because if you say that, if I say you need to make a character to be a good player, make a character that wants to go on your DM's adventure. Your DM needs to buy the adventure, needs to believe it, needs to be convinced that their own adventure is a good adventure. Make a character that wants to go on that DM's adventure, you know? And then you have people on the internet like that friend or whatever, then that say, oh, well, that's trash advice because the DM needs to convince me to go on an adventure. So that's why I don't think there's a really good market in how to be a good player, because there's a lot of people who are kind of like stuck in a different way of playing it. And if you're like, hey, this is why this method is better for some games, you'll have people say, no, fuck you. It's like, oh, okay, fine, I guess. Next chapter or character I'm going to want you to draw is slowly progressing in his campaign. It's coming along slowly. When I know him better, I'll DM you. Let's go, Alf. Fuck yeah, man. Right? Go Hambo and riff off what the other players do. Yeah, just don't overthink your character, you know? Just make whatever, I guess, and just, you know, see the story come to fruition. If there's no plan, then the plan is not to have a plan. Sounds like. There is no plan. That's our plan. Great. Glad we've planned. That's totally fine too. Not every single game needs to start off with a grand plan. It's okay to also just like jam some D&D, you know? You just jam some D&D. You're like, all right, y'all adventurers, you all want to go on an adventure. Here's a quest board. Which quest do you want to take? See you next campaign.
There's also another
whatever
character angle that players could go to even if the characters don't want to go on the adventure. It could be seen as an out of sorts. Maybe they are a rogue and stole something they shouldn't have. Need an easy way out of the city.
Yeah.
Maybe they are a cleric where they have an ulterior motive for their own faith and joining the group gets them closer to their goal. Yeah, I mean that's a good way of, thanks for the best, Mel. That's a good way of like saying, yeah, make a character that wants to go on the adventure, you know? Exactly. What if like if the adventure is to go take the ring to fucking Mordor, man? Like, I don't know. Maybe you want to adventure because you're a hobbit that dreams of mountains, or maybe you're a guy that really just wants to see what fire looks like, and you're like, man, our fire here is lame. I want to see some Mordor fire. Like, give me a fiery eye. Like, oh boy, we got a fiery eye for you. You know, there's ways around it, I guess.
People like telling the person running the game what to do. People don't like being told what to do themselves. So I say generally GMs are the temperamentality to search out ways to improve on their own. A large amount of players are the ones to show up and roll dice, which is true. I think the main reason why the how to be a good GM advice is more receptive is because people are more nervous and anxious about it. So people have more of a pressure to do well as a GM, so they're willing to like, okay, what do I do to be a good GM, you know? Versus there's like almost no pressure to show up and be a good player, right? So I think that's part of it anyway. Why the advice doesn't really land.
Hobbit would just sit home and make maple syrup.
He would. I mean, a Canadian Hobbit would be watching the playoffs at any point in time, or like playoffs from the last time their team was in. So that's reasonable. Yeah, there'd be no Canadian Hobbits on the Lord of the Rings. That's one thing we all noticed that from the get-go. There is a strange lack of Canadians in this fellowship. What the fuck, man? Thanks for the bits, Moose. Appreciate it. Hey, come on. Why so few Canadians? What the hell, man?
Squib.
Thank you. Trying to bits entities. Appreciate it, bro. Isn't that a Harry Potter term? I don't know if I've just been insulted or not. Thanks for the bits, man. Appreciate it. Only after drilling for oil. That's right. Yep. Never watched you read Harry Potter, so I wouldn't know. All right, fair enough. Thought that was a term for like a wizard or someone born to a wizard family that couldn't wizard or some shit. I don't know, man. I don't know this weeb wizarding world stuff. That's Alice territory, man. Come on, dude. What are we talking about here? God damn, bro. I feel like I can't even wear my headphone right now because of this. Maybe I should go back to the doctor. He said I'd probably be able to hear again in a couple of days, but I still can't all that well. My headset's bothering me more today than it did yesterday. This Paladin gang, right? I just want my hearing back, man. Okay. Come on, bro. Ooh, wait, am I linear dodge? No, I'm not. I'm just up. What the hell? Am I? What is going on, man? Why can't I... Wait, what? Brush? It's on gray. Why is it white? What's the checklist? Try a different layer. Same thing. Normal brush mode. It's a brush, not an eraser. Photoshop? Excuse me? Let me try restarting it, I think. The fuck? I'm trying a different file. Hold on. Photoshop's haunted right now, man. Once a week, I swear to God, this program asks me to install Clip. Once a week, it challenges me. It says, go for it. Do it, I dare you. Switch over. And I say, you know what? Don't test me. Okay. What the hell? It's like it's locked or something. Okay, wait. That was so weird. I just changed the color on my color picker and now it's picking properly. See, this is the kind of thing with Photoshop. I don't know what just happened. I don't know what to do to fix it. All I can do is pray it doesn't happen again. That's it, man. That's all I have. Good God. Adobe, please behave. Man. Now does it work down here?
Hey Evan.
Yes, hello.
I lose. I'm immune to the plot.
No, never. You've too big of a bit badge for me to fight. You'd say whatever you want, and I'd probably let you get away with it. Appreciate the bits, though. Thanks, man. Thanks, Editing. Thank you, Lexer. Appreciate it, guys. Does Photoshop have a list where you can check, like, a command log shows what you might have clicked? It kind of does. There's probably a more sophisticated one that I don't know. It's a good idea, though, as far as, like, checking what kind of hotkeys you hit. But there's a checklist for brush issues that I went through, that I go through when something isn't working, and I don't know what that was. That was a brand new bug. This is a new adventure for me. That was a new error. I don't think I hit anything, to be honest. It's like it just wasn't recognizing the color picker. And it wasn't until I manually changed the color in the actual, like, color window up at the top that then it started picking properly. So, bro. There's some wild shit here. And then that's my eraser, so that's why I did that. Okay, alright. Well, at least it's, like, working properly. I'd rather it be something that I did that was dumb, because I can fix that. If it's something that I did that was dumb, like, good. I can undumb. But if it's ever a Photoshop issue, that's scary, man, because then, oh my god. Occasionally, Photoshop requires, like, a fresh install. It wants you to just go back, return to Monkey, go back and reinstall the program like it's the first time you ever launched it, and just see what's up. Yeah. I think I also need to, like, slap some warmer tones on this thing. Like, maybe I do it now or do it after I. You know, let's try a little bit of warmth in here and just see what happens. I'm gonna try overlaying it. We're gonna see if that does an okay job with it. Just some warmth on the armor. Ooh, okay, yeah. That was the play. I can sample from that now that I have some warm tones on here. Kind of apply maybe some light too. Somewhere. Yes, dude. Favorite type of monkey? The Relysian feathered goblin monkey. Yep. It is the Relysian feathered goblin monkey. I'm not recording. God damn it. Thank you, Thorkin. I restarted it. Ah, fuck. This is cooked. Photoshop just being a little weird today. That good? No. There we go. And now it's lagging OBS. I need that 5090, man. We need that new GPU. It's about right. Alright. Well, it's still recording. It just wasn't, you know, properly set up or whatever. Ugh. This fucking program, man. I swear. If it's not something to do with stream, it's like Photoshop. And if it's not that, it's like physical fucking tablet issues or whatever. You know what? I think I need to restart everything, so we're gonna call it there. All right, we're gonna save it, Control S that shit, call it good. All right, it probably won't be done tonight. Post video will probably be out on the weekend, but hey, so next Friday is going to be the 5-year anniversary stream, so I'm very excited about that. So if you're around next Friday, it's going to be really cool. There's going to be a bunch of giveaways for art and stuff like that, and some Blackwood dice giveaways. You want some of Ella Blackwood's dice, which is dope. And who knows? It's gonna be some cool stuff. Hopefully, we'll have something to talk about for the adventure, as that is imminent now. What else? What else? Where else we do that? Next week is going to be last minute building of art for it, I guess. So last week's going to be a pretty cool series of streams of last minute art and tokens and what else we need to do for the adventure before the beta release to make it playable, so you can go tell me why it's the best adventure you've ever written or you've ever read. Written? I wrote it. You read it. Shit. Okay. I'm cooked, man. It was a week. Holy. Thank you for chilling with me this week. I appreciate it. Thank you for relaxing here at the Dragon's Claim. I hope you all enjoyed your stay, even if it's just for the day. If you want to see any of the process videos over the weekend, they are on those links over in chat. Where's chat for you? I don't know. Depends on if you're on mobile or not. So thank you guys for chilling with me. Made my week better. I appreciate you. But until next time, my friends, until next time, farewell.